All right. So, shalom and welcome, everybody. And this is going to be our weekly Sabbath gathering that we're having to discuss the calendars, go over the scripture, proving out all the things that YAHUAH has shown each and every one of us. So, you want to say shalom, Callan? Callan's being a bit shy, but
Shalom!
Oh my, there you go.
yeah, there he is.
Huh?
All right, so basically what I wanted to do to start off with, well, let's start off with a prayer first before. So, Father Abba Yahuwah, we come to you in prayer to thank you for allowing us to gather and discuss and go through scriptures about you and your times and how we should be gathering and when and where. So we ask that the Ruach please be present through this whole presentation and just allow everything to flow according to your will, Father, and help us to be able to prove this out through your words, to be able to show to all the other brothers and sisters, or correct us if we are wrong. And we pray to you in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. Amen.
Amen.
All right. So first, I just wanted to go over some of the verses and show some corrections that we may have had. Let's see. Hold on. Let me get to it. There we go. So when we were discussing this last week, we were bringing up Enoch in chapter 82. There was two verses we were using, and it was 82:17 and 82:20. Turns out we were incorrect about the meaning of these verses. And actually, Brother Victor kind of pointed this out and challenged us with it. So we reviewed the whole chapter again, and we realized, we were incorrect about these two leaders. What it's actually describing is 2 of the 4 seasonal intercalary day leaders. And another interesting thing about Enoch chapter 82 is it's only describing 2 of the 4 seasons out of the year, and it's spring and summer. Like fall and winter are completely missing out of chapter 82 of Enoch, which is actually another rabbit hole itself as well. So it's just very interesting. So I just wanted to show, we're going to correct that. We're not going to use those 2 verses and say they are these days at a time leaders, which is actually another thing. So we're going to call them the divider days. And I think that's going to help with the understanding, just the terminology, because sometimes day at a time can get confusing. So we'll just call it the divider day of the year. And I think there was a lot of confusion with some not understanding maybe what we were presenting. And that's kind of my fault because I didn't really go into a whole lot of detail before. I just kind of jumped into it. So I just wanted to correct that. So we'll just start with going over all the verses we found throughout Scripture that will help support what we're saying here. And it's not anything we're making up. It's not something we're trying to force on anybody. And, there's a lot of that going around all of a sudden. People are saying we're trying to force this on people, or we're condemning people because they don't want to follow this, or what have you. And that's not the case. So we're not trying to present anything or be prideful or make claims to anything. This is all all praise to the Most High Yahuwah. And so all the glory goes to him. And this is just us coming together, Yachad, as a group, and searching and studying these things out. And it took a lot of prayer and fasting. And this is just what Yahuwah has shown many of us in this group. So let's go through the scriptures. So here in Genesis, and it's going to be 1 through 5. Genesis 1, 1 through 5. I got to correct that. Here, I'll do that right now. All right. So it's going to say, in the beginning, Elohim created the Shamayim and the earth. And the earth came to be formless and empty, and darkness was on the face of the deep. So right here, we got to pay very close attention, because it's describing when Yahuwah created everything. And there was this, so the earth came to be formless and empty, and darkness was on the face of the deep. This is that voidness that existed. And it's not giving any specific amount of time, which is in the beginning. There's no like day one or anything like that. And that's because the marker for day one is going to be the light, which is why also understanding a day begins at sunrise is pretty crucial, and especially to unlocking the understanding and what's truly going on in Yahuwah's word. So verse 3, it says, and Elohim said, let light come to be. And the light came to be. And Elohim saw the light, that it was good. And Elohim separated the light from the darkness. And that light, that's the marker for the day. Boom, day one. And Elohim called the light day, and the darkness he called night. So it's going to be Yom, which Yom means the light portion of the 24-hour, what we know is the 24-hour cycle today. The light is kind of like Lilith, which is where, you know, they get this whole esoteric view with Lilith and all that stuff. That's where that came from, because they're creatures of the night. And there came to be evening, and there came to be morning, day one. So morning, day one. This is how we know. So basically what it's saying here is there's this voidness before the light marker on day one. So there's no specific amount of time as to how long this voidness existed. But if we go, let me scroll down to, it's here in Enoch. Yeah, Enoch 74:11 specifically. It's going to be, and the excess of the sun and of the stars amounts to 6 days and 5 years. 6 days every year come to 30 days. And this is talking about the moon. But we're going to focus on this right here. So if we're doing the math, the sun has these excess days, which in 5 years, it's going to amount to 6 days. So we do the math, and this equals out to the 1.25 days that even, you know, modern science would confirm. So this is at 365.25 days of the solar cycle of the year. And it's in verse 12, he's saying, and the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly. So if we take this into consideration, that 1.25 days, it was created to cover this voidness that existed before day one. So we're looking at this basically divider that's happening at the beginning of every single year. So the head of every year is going to just be creation week replaying out. Now, since we have the sun and the moon and the stars, it's not going to be a void of darkness, but we have this, let's call it a void of excess days of the sun that Enoch is describing that we have every single year. So it's basically covering this void of darkness day. It's even like a rest day for the sun in between the years, because it's running the race all year long. So it even has that day of rest, which is it's going to be this divider day, this excess days of the sun described in Enoch. Is that making sense so far to everybody?
Yeah.
No. Sorry.
No.
I'm just trying to figure out 6 days. I'm confused why it's 6 and not 7. Or is the 7th day the rest day? Yes. Sorry.
No, so he's describing the excess days of the sun that's going to occur every year.
Okay.
So he's saying it's going to occur, what was it? Where was it? Here it is. So the excess of the sun and the stars amounts to 6 days in 5 years. So basically what he's saying is there's these excess time the sun's going to have, and in 5 years it's going to add up to 6 days.
Okay. Now I follow
So
you.
yeah. So if we do the math, this is what equals out to what they even tell us in science is 365.25 days in a solar cycle every year. And what they're doing, they're just literally taking what Enoch says and copying it.
Can I ask something?
Yeah.
So is that basically what you're saying, is that every 3 years we accumulate 3 more days, and the 4th year 2 more days because we have a leap year, so we have 5 days in 4 years, yeah? And the 6th year we have 6 days in 5 years. That's what you're saying?
Yeah. So there's excess days of the sun that occur.
Okay, because every 4th year is the leap year, so we have basically 5 days. But if you include, this is a question I have. If you include basically 2 leap years in the cycle, you have more days. So I guess this one speaks about the cycle that includes only 1 leap year.
Yeah. So
I'm thinking, okay.
Yeah. No. So if you do the math, so we're gonna use the one day every single year. It's the divider day that happens in between the end of the year and the head of the year. And that 2.5, if you times that by 4, it equals 1 again. So this is why they add that. It actually goes along with their Gregorian leap year, because they're literally accounting for this. We're calling it Job's birthday. And it's the second divider day that happens every 4 years. And so what they do is they add their 29th day in February versus the 28th day. And this happens, that's what they call the leap year. And it's basically the clues are right there in the calendar, in the Gregorian calendar. They're just kind of like waving that in front of everybody's face, like hidden in plain sight kind of thing. So what Enoch is saying, he's given the math because they didn't work in decimals and things like that back then. So he's given the math for that length of time. And then if we take that math and reverse it, it comes to the 1.25 days a year of the solar cycle. Does that help answer your question, sister?
Basically, you're doing the average, yeah? The reverse average, let me put it this way, on the years, yeah?
Yeah, so we're just reversing that math he's doing.
Okay,
there.
I got it.
Yeah.
And okay, and you don't, you don't use the idea of leap year, you just use the math of 1.25.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, precisely. We're not just saying.
Okay, because I was like, we're always thinking like, okay, in terms of leap year like that. Okay, so. Anyway,
no, we're not like going off the leap year. It just so happens to line up actually, exactly with the math that the Enoch is showing us. So what they did is they basically captured all of this in their calendar, but they move and shift the days so it seems all confusing, and it's like they're waving it in plain sight, and no one can really see it because they present it in like a very confusing way. So, and that's what we're hopefully trying to reverse here, and we're going to show through scriptures, why this lines up with the scriptures, and it lines up with the Dead Sea Scrolls. It lines up with what the sons of Zadok were keeping track of, and all of that.
I was doing a little bit of research this morning, and I was looking up the Gregorian when it came to be and everything. And the rule for the leap years are that every year that is divisible by 4 is a leap year.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, that 4 number.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we were just basically, excuse me. So we're just reversing that math Enoch's giving us, and we're breaking it down to each year, excess days of the sun, which happens to line up with what science says about, the solar cycle of the sun. And then another interesting verse that we found was right here in Genesis 5, and it's verses 23 through 24. And it's saying, so all the days of Enoch were 365 years. And Enoch walked with Elohim, and he was no more, for Elohim took him. So it's pretty interesting that he lived 365 years. When the 365th day, so to say, is this divider day that happens every year. I just think it's no coincidence, like he lived the exact length of a solar cycle every year. And then in Jubilees 2:9, it's going to say, the sun. So Jubilees 2:9, and Elohim appointed the sun to be a great sign on the earth for days, for Sabbaths, for months, for festivals, for years and Sabbaths of years, and Jubilees, and for all seasons of the years. So there's a lot of people that want to discredit Jubilees and toss it out. We went over this a little bit in our last discussion. It's Rabbi Akiba who removed all these books to support the Babylonian lunar calendar. And they were removed because of these verses right here, because they want to follow the moon. We're not supposed to be following the moon for these things. We're supposed to be following what is the leader. That's the sun. And then Jubilees, the same chapter in 2, but this is verses 20 and 21. And I have chosen the seed of Jacob from among all that I have seen, and have written him down as my firstborn son, and have Kodesh upon him unto myself forever and ever, so set him apart unto himself. And I shall teach them the Sabbath day, that they may guard the Sabbath thereon from all work. And so he created therein a sign, in accordance with which they should guard the Sabbath with us on the 7th day, to eat and drink and Baruch him, who has created all matters, as he Baruch and Kodesh unto himself, a treasured possession, a people above all peoples, and that they should guard the Sabbath together with us. So, what this is saying, he created a sign which we should guard the Sabbath. And so the sign is explained in Enoch. it's going to be that equal day and equal night, this divider day. It's going to separate each year. It's going to happen each year. It's going to line up with exactly the math we're getting out of Enoch 74 for the excess days of the sun. This is going to be that sign where it's that reset day. Boom, the year resets. Then the 1 through 7 cycle repeats all year until the divider day comes again. Then boom, the 1 through 7 cycle repeats again for the entire next year. So if he's given a sign in the sun, with which we should guard the Sabbath, to keep it in heaven with them, because that's what he's explaining right here. Like we have to follow this sign. Jubilees explains it. We're going to go through a couple more verses that are shown through scriptures that, they allude to this day. And one of them is Job 3, 1 through 7. It's going to be Job's birthday. Because just like people who are born on a leap year today, like the 29th of February, well, there's not a 29th of February every year. So it's the same thing going on with Job, basically. So Job chapter 3 and verses 1 through 7. After this, Job opened his mouth and cursed the day of his birth. And Job spoke and said, let that day perish on which I was born, and the night it was said, a male child has been conceived. Let that day be darkness, and let not Eloah from above seek for it, nor let it shine upon it. Let darkness and the shadow of death buy it back. Let a cloud dwell on it. Let all that blackens that day frighten it. That night let darkness seize it. Let it not be included among the days of the year. Let it not come into the number of the months. Look, that night shall be silent. Let no singing coming into it. So Job is describing this second divider day that happens every 4 years, because that 0.25 is going to add up to another day in 4 years. It's like 4 quarters equal $1. It's a quarter that's left over. So you get 4 quarters, you get $1. That would probably make more sense to us here in the U.S. than anywhere else, but so in Job chapter 38, and this is going to be verses 4 and 5. So where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Declare if you have understanding. Who appointed its measurements, if you know? Or who stretched the line upon it? So Job right here, YAHUAH right here is telling Job, like, who are you to know these things? Were you there when I stretched the line upon it? So what line is this talking about? This is going to be talking about day 4 marker, when that straight line shadow or straight line sunbeam happens. And this is going to be shown all throughout scriptures. So we'll give a couple examples here, because the sun rises in the east. So Exodus 27:13, the east side of the courtyard towards the sunrise is to be 50 cubits wide. So this is talking about setting up the tabernacle and exactly where to face it, because the tabernacle was a sundial. So Exodus 38:13, and the east side towards the sunrise was also 50 cubits long. Again, giving specific instructions on how to face it. And then we come down here to Exodus 40, chapter 40, verses 1 through 2. And this is the exact days how they're lining it up. So, and YAHUAH spoke to Moshe saying, on the first day of the first month, You are to raise up the dwelling place of the tent of meeting. So he's saying in all these verses, you need to line it up to exactly the first day of the first month. So when we go into the Dead Sea Scrolls, we see that is literally the sign that they had for day 4, which is going to be the first day of the first month. And we're going to go through more scriptures to support that as well. All right, let me continue in Job chapter 38 here. So this is going to be verse 19 through 21. And where is the way to the dwelling of light? And darkness, where is its place? That you should take it to its boundary, and know the paths to its home. Do you know? For you would have been born then, and the number of your days been many. So look, Yahuwah, he's literally describing why Job was born on this second divider day. And because he was born on the second divider day, he technically doesn't have a birthday every year, so the number of his days will be many. And we got to remember, Job is also one of the most ancient of books that we have in scriptures. It was before Moses and all that. So Moses and everybody would have no doubt had the writings of Job. All right. So, and then we have Psalm 19, and this is going to be verses 1 through 9. And the Shamayim are proclaiming the esteem of El, and the expanse is declaring the work of his hand. Day to day pours forth speech, and night to night reveals knowledge. There is no speech, and there are words. Their voice is not heard. Their line has gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. So this is talking about the sun, the moon, the stars, all of these things. Because they have no voice, but the words are going to the end of the world. Why? Because these are the scrolls written in the heavens. Like, they are the scrolls written in heavens. So everybody could see them, and it's written right there. So in them, he put up a tent for the sun, and it's like a bridegroom coming out of his room. It rejoices like a strong man to run the path. It's rising from one end of the Shamayim, and its circuit to the other end, and naught is hidden from its heat. And the Torah of Yahuwah is perfect, bringing back the being. The witness of Yahuwah is trustworthy, making wise the simple. And the orders of Yahuwah are straight, rejoice in the heart. The command of Yahuwah is clear, enlightening the eyes. The reverence of Yahuwah is clean, standing forever. The right rulings of Yahuwah are true, and they are righteous altogether. So what this is speaking about is, the signs that are going to be in the heavens, and, talking about the line that has gone out through all the earth. The equinox, day 4 marker. The equal day, equal night, that's going to be the equal lux, which is the divider day marker. Like a bridegroom coming out of his room. That's the divider day markers. Like, all of this is just alluding to that. And then Ezekiel 43, 1 through 5, this is just more proof of the straight line shadow or straight line sunbeam. Because Yahuwah wouldn't use shadows in his temple. He uses the sunbeam. And I'll show some examples of that here in a moment. So Ezekiel 43, 1 through 5. And he led me to the gate facing east. And see, the esteem of Elohim, of Yisrael, came from the way of the east. And his voice was like the sound of many waters. And the earth shone from his esteem. And it was like the appearance of the vision which I saw. Like the vision which I saw when he came to destroy the city. And the visions were like the vision which I saw by the river Kebar. And I fell on my face. And the esteem of Yahuwah came into the house by way of the gate facing east. So this is that rising sun on day 4 marker, equinox. And the Ruah took me up and brought me into the inner courtyard, and see, the esteem of YAHUAH filled the house. So if we go down here, I have a small example. Let me scroll past all this for just a moment. But this is exactly what's being talked about here. So give me a second. Let me share the screen. Here it is, right here. All right. So can everybody see that pretty clear? So this is basically showing, what Ezekiel is talking about there. So here's the 2 pillars, the Boaz and Jachin, and the sun rising in the east on the equinox, that it's going to shine directly through the pillars, and it's going to light up the Holy of Holies just like that. And we know from Exodus 40 there, they knew how to line this up because they were commanded to set everything up on this day. So what they did with the temples, they just took that same thing, did the same thing here. So when the light would shine through the temple, literally marking the 4th day, boom, everything's just lit up and shiny. Is that making sense to everybody? Does anybody have any questions?
No, you know what's interesting? When it says that they would go through the east gate and they would not come back, they would go through out through the west. I never understood why not going back.
Yeah, yeah.
I guess it's not going back because that's a fast forward, the year.
Yeah, exactly.
It just keeps going from there. Yeah.
Yeah, and so here's
very interesting.
Here's kind of a better example of what I was talking about as well, and it goes right along with that beam of light going right in between, and it's going to hit the Holy of Holies on the equinox. And when the equinox happens, it literally happens every single year on March 20th. Except for that every 4 years, it'll slightly go back, and it happens on the evening of March 19th, which shows, it never strays too far from the 20th, but that when it hits on that evening of the 19th, that's going to be that marker for that second divider day. So, all right, so here in 4Q320, and this is kind of a verse a lot of our fellow Zadoks are having trouble with, because they're going off the complete Dead Sea Scrolls translation, which I'm going to show here in a moment. But the complete Dead Sea Scrolls is going to add a bunch of, moon phases and things like that truly aren't written in there. So this is again going to be the Pre-Sea Calendar Scrolls, or the Pre-Sea Cycle Scrolls, as they're probably more commonly known by. So this is going to be the first column, the first verse. The beginning of it is missing. That's what the 3 dots mean, because it's fragmented out. So it's saying, to display itself from the east and shine on the center of the sky at the base of the vault from evening to morning. And on the 4th day of the week, the sons of Gamul, in the 1st month of the 1st year. And so, to clarify it a little bit, put it in modern terms otherwise, so clearly it's going to be talking about the sun. So the sun rises due east and shines at the celestial equator, on the horizon at dawn, as night becomes morning. On day 4, Gamul, in the first month of the first year. So let me go here. Here it is. All right, so here's the article where I got that from. It's the same one I linked in chat. If anybody else needs it, just let me know. I could link it again. Let me just check the chat, sorry. No, so I don't know if you're in here, Brother Michael. I just saw your chat. So no, the what I was showing in that photo was it's the equinox, or not? Yeah, equinox, which is the marker for day 4 every year.
I got it.
Which is actually what this is showing. We're going to get into right now.
All right, thank you.
So, yeah. So if we read a bit more in the, now this is an article, I'm not saying, you know, this article is, you know, Yahuwah's words, but they're just kind of putting it into a more modern understanding. So it's easier to understand, and you can test this out as well. This is what I did, but he says, other references in the scrolls make it clear that this day was also the first day of the month in that first year. And the celestial equator is the great circle in the sky used by astronomers from ancient times to divide the north half of the sky from the southern half. So this is just putting it in modern terms. So to an astronomer, that is an obvious meaning for the phrase center of the sky in the above quotation. And every year on March 20th or 21st, they put, just to throw everybody off, it literally happens every March 20th. But on our Gregorian calendar, we have the first day of spring, the vernal equinox, when the sun is at its annual trek. It crosses the celestial equator from the southern half of the sky to the northern, and on that morning it rises most nearly due east. One crucial piece of data to understand the importance of this event for those at Qumran is that the Book of Enoch explicitly states the year is to begin when the sun rises in the east, such that the day and the night are equal of length. Then this begins moving north. And yeah, that's exactly what we described. So they've got equinox here as equal days and equal night, but as we have shown, the equinox is not exactly equal day and equal night. That's what the equilux is. And that happens in Jerusalem on March 16th every single year. It's equal day, equal night. And why Jerusalem or Israel? You know, it's been Yahuwah's chosen land since the beginning of time. And, you know, this is where everything's going to be leveled. Everything's going to happen and take place there. Like, it's just because it's defiled at the moment, it doesn't mean it's still not where Yahuwah chooses to put his name.
So, Jeremy, you're saying March 16th of the Gregorian calendar every year, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
So that 7232 is speaking about, and it's that marker for the divider day that's going to happen every single year. And so to go along, so we just read right here, and this is from 4Q320. So I wanted to open it here, and I don't have it up already is because they seem to have added so many ads here, and you know, it got bad, and it started it like opens up other tabs. You're probably going to see here, unfortunately, in a moment. So if you see, this is going to be the complete Dead Sea Scrolls, and this is going to be Mishmaro A or 4Q320 fragment 1. So right here, you see, here's the ads. Apologies. All right, so you see right here. So the verses we just read over here, it doesn't have the full moon and the brackets and everything else there. But look what they got here. They got all the brackets, and then they say, oh, look, there's a full moon. Well, in the original text, this is nowhere. And you'll notice it's in quotation marks, not just brackets. So these brackets are showing, it says something similar in another scroll, so they're using another scroll and inserting that word. But these parentheses, or I can't think of the word, sorry, but these parentheses, yeah, the brackets, this is like an author's interpretation of the word. So you'll see there's a full moon here, just blatantly inserted, where clearly it does not say that anywhere in the original text. And then you'll also see through here, all these quotation marks, it's talking about day of the lunar month, which falls on the 30th of the second solar month. Well, how do we know that this is talking about a lunar month? Is it really talking about a lunar month? So if we're taking out all these commas or these quotations, like, hey, this is the author's insertion of these things, because it's not the brackets. Like, these brackets are insertions from other scrolls. These are not. These are author's interpretation of everything. And we just see that all throughout here. Like, why are they inserting this day of the lunar month? This is clearly not in the original text. Clearly not. And then we go all the way Mishmarot B, which is what we're going to show next, which is 4Q321. And look, they got the new moon is on this day. You know, they got moon inserted here. This is also incorrect. This is the original translation without all the moon inserted. You see, there is no moon anywhere in here. Nothing about a moon. What we do have is this word, which I am still working on right here. It's a dukkha. So this word dukkha we don't have these moon phases. We don't have these moon cycles. These are all authors' insertions on what they think should be in there. So if we're taking it back to the original text, we're taking out all those quotation marks, which are authors. It's the author's, what he's thinking, you know, just like they put quotation marks in the Bible, like for Peter's dream, and they're put in quotations like, oh, all food's been made clean. Well, that's an author's interpretation. Same thing's going on here. So when we're looking at the complete Dead Sea Scrolls, they have all these authors' insertions of everything. And it takes away from exactly what the text is actually saying.
Yeah. And these are people that have got a lunar mind, aren't they? They're running with their lunar mind.
Is that making sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
And so this whole priestly cycle that everybody seems to be stuck on, and they want to line all these moon cycles up, it's not going to work. Because these moon cycles aren't even in the original text. So my question is, what is different from trying to insert moon cycles? What's any different from that than, you know, what Babylon does? You know, they're following the moons for months. They're trying to fit the moon into the calendar. We're nowhere. Enoch and Jubilees both say the sun is for all of these things. The sun and the stars bring in the year completely. The moon is not anywhere in that verse. So everyone's trying to fit the moon into things. And while the moon, yes, it is a witness, but you know, it's a sign for giving light at night. This is exactly what it says in scriptures too, to give light. That's what they do. It's so we don't have complete darkness. Because when the moon's out during the day and it's not out at night, it's like pitch black outside. You can't see. The moon's appointed time is at night.
Yeah, Jeremy, can you hear me?
And let's see.
Hi, Jeremy.
Here, let me go back to these other scriptures that we have. Just go over them real quickly.
Jeremy, I think Ken is trying to say something, and he keeps asking if you're hearing him. But
Wait,
very,
who?
very, I mean, low. Ken.
Yeah,
And I don't think his mic is working.
yeah, apologies. I didn't hear you. I can see you're speaking.
Can you hear me?
Um,
Can anyone else hear me?
let me try and
It's
turn you up.
very low, Ken. Very low, Ken. I can hear you on the background far away, like you're asking if anybody hears you, but it's very low.
Is
Yeah,
this better?
apologies. I turned your volume up even on my end.
Is this any better?
I can just barely hear what you're saying there. Apologies, brother.
No, no worries, no worries. It's the tablet I'm using, I think. Okay, I'll type
Are
something.
are you able to type in the chat any questions or what you're saying? It's just I'm not sure why it's just barely coming through.
Isn't that the problem that someone else was having, that they couldn't get the speaker to work? How did they get their speaker to work?
What I had to do, my phone had been on consistently for 2 days, and when I do that, things start getting messed up on my phone, so I have to shut it off, and it's like a reboot. And then when I turned it back on and then came back on the call, I was able to hear. Maybe he might need to reboot his phone or computer.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. The bridegroom and coming out of the chamber, that's the prep, that's the it's like the divider day every single year. But yeah, I don't know if you heard that, brother. Yeah. But what Jennifer was just suggesting is maybe restart, come out and come back in, because she was having the same problem, and then that fixed it for her. But yeah, exactly. You're correct. Yeah, the lunatics, they follow the slither moons and all these things, and that's just not how we do it. That's how Babylon did it. And when you think about it, that's where Babylon got the idea to, we'll do our Sabbaths every 7 days after a new moon. Well, if you think about it, they're doing that every single month. So that's going to throw the Sabbath way off count. So they understand this divider day, but they're just using it every month and then or more. And they're doing it according to the moon, when we're supposed to be doing it according to the sun. And it just lines up with the 364-day yearly count. And it's because these divider days, that's exactly what they are, divider days. They're not counted in the counting of anything.
And we're not the children of darkness, we're the children of light.
Yeah, precisely. Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Brother Ken. Yep. Yeah, fragment 4Q320 is just Yeah, if you saw what we just went through there, you know, it doesn't describe all of that. It's actually describing the equinox.
I have a question. I'm still trying to get clear in my head. So this divider day to
Yeah.
start the beginning of the new year, even though it's not counted, literally counted like, you know, how we count the days, but is it still a time frame? Is it still actually time going? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what it is, it's the overlap. So
And when you say
it's
overlap, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, sorry. So what it does, what they exist and we experience them, it's not accounted in the counting of time. So it's basically this overlap, like a fold. If you're overlapping something, you want to kind of fold it up there.
Okay,
So
so it's not gonna affect our time in any sense. It's just gonna be
exactly.
okay. Because I was like, but is it still like a day that's just not counted, but we're still experiencing like the full time like we would on a regular day? That's what I was trying
Yeah.
to wrap my head around.
Yeah. And that's kind of what Enoch describes in chapter 74. It's verse 11. And so it's describing the excess days of the sun. And when you reverse the math he's doing there, you get the 1.2 days of the solar cycle that's going to be excess every year. So that's like the overlap.
Okay.
And then that overlap is going to account for the amount of the void that existed in creation week before the marker for day one, which was the light. So it's just this overlap opening or folding together. It's not, we experience it, yes, but it's basically like a rest day for the sun every year. To put it kind of in layman's terms, I guess, if that makes sense.
Can I ask something? I think she's asking if it's a regular day. It's 1 day or 2 days every 4 years that we rest. Yeah, we experience an out of Gregorian calendar time. Let's put it this way.
Yes.
Yeah. So we just don't count it 365, 366. We just don't have a number for it. It's just rest, peace. You know, that's what it is.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Folded,
Precisely, yeah.
Folded into that overlapping, but not really adding more time to our actual days, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, now I got it. I kept trying. It was getting so confusing. I'm like, but how does it work?
Yeah.
It was
No,
just
so like I don't know if anyone, I'm sure people do so here, but you know, when you're making like a seam or something like that, you have that stretch of fabric and then you kind of like overlap it there. Like it's still the same amount of fabric. It's just overlapping it and then boom. It's kind of like how this is working.
Okay. I understand now. That was tripping me up. I understood it, but then I didn't, because I'm looking at an actual amount of time in a day. And how is this working without actually affecting and counting the 365 or 366? But it's just like you said, overlapping into it, but we don't experience the effect of extra time.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, Brother Ken, no, it's every 4th year there's going to be the second divider day because of that 0.25 that's going to be extra still. So if you take that 0.25 or a quarter, in 4 quarters you get 1. And that's what's going to equal that second divider day that happens every 4th year. And this is going to line up with the equinox falling in the evening of March 19th versus March 20th. And then let's make sure I'm on the right screen. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and so James 1, verses 16 through 17, is, do not go astray, my beloved brothers. Every good gift and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of lights, whom there is no change or shadow of turning. So again, this is the alluding to that straight line beam of light or straight line shadow, coming down from the heavens, which is what the sun, it's shining on that, and it's going to leave that straight shadow, And then here, Enoch 72:32. So on that day, the night decreases and amounts to 9 parts, and the day to 9 parts. And the night is equal to the day, and the year is exactly to its days, 364. So Enoch's marking the equal lux that happens, which is going to occur March 16th. And this is going to be in Israel. So every year it's going to be March 16th. And this is that marker for the divider day. And that just goes along with Enoch 74 verse 12. And the sun and the stars bring in all the years exactly, so they do not advance or delay their position by a single day unto everlasting, but complete the years with perfect justice in 364 days. And so here's something interesting, actually, Sister Jermaine brought up, and I wanted to give her credit for pointing this out. So, the fourth command is keep the Sabbath. The fourth day of creation, it's when the sun, moon, and stars were created. The time set in motion. The fourth gate, which is what Enoch says this all happens in, Gadol, Dalet, the fourth letter of the alphabet, and it means door or passageway. And the fourth menorah branch, longest straight branch, 3 days later, the seventh branch, Shabbat. And 2 Chronicles 29, the whole chapter kind of, alludes to all of this as well. 1 Samuel 20, verse 5, and David said to Yehonathan, see, tomorrow. So a lot of the translations is going to put new moon right here. The word it's not Chayirah at all. If we take it to the Strongs, it's going to be Chodesh, HaHodesh, which means head of the months. So this is talking about one of the 4 seasonal intercalary days. And if you notice, they're going to insert new moon when scriptures is talking about one of these 4 days. And it's to throw off the fact that scriptures is actually talking about exactly what it says in Enoch, exactly what it says in Jubilees. It's just the lying pens of the scribe hide all of this. And another thing, let me just finish reading it. So tomorrow is the head of the month, and I ought to sit with the sovereign to eat. But let me go, and I shall hide in the field until the 3rd day at evening. So day 4 is going to be the marker for the head of the months, always. You go 3 days later, that's going to be a Sabbath. So I think this is just more clues to more lying pens of the scribes. Because is he talking about the Sabbath day here? Like, if this is truly talking about the head of the months, which I truly believe it is, then this 3rd day is going to be the Sabbath day that's being spoken of right here in 1 Samuel 20, verse 5. I think they edited it because, that wouldn't fit their moon calendar. And then, so Exodus 40, 1 through 2, we read that, but, it's just just a proof the tabernacle was set up on the first day of the first month, the head of the month. You raise up the dwelling place of the tent of meeting. And, all these scriptures just go and show and prove out these things. They also line up with the Dead Sea Scrolls, what we were showing. They mistranslated and inserted an author's interpretation of what these things are saying. And everyone's going crazy trying to line up this priestly moon cycle that truly doesn't really exist in there. But, this is just some visuals I put together as well, talking about the same thing we've been going through. The two pillars, sorry, it wants to scroll super fast. And, this is going to mark, those 2 days. We got the equal day and equal night, which is per Enoch 72. And then we got the straight line shadow or straight line sunbeam. And, here's a little bit of, so something I've been theorizing is, the Qumran sundial track the equilux and the equinox. So if you're looking right here, there's this little kind of sign, and it's got this like equal parts on both sides of it. And then we got this marker right here, which is, and what I'm saying is this is going to line up with the equilux or equinox, on day 4. This is going to line up with the equilux just a few days earlier that happens, which is why they are so close to each other. So this is something actually we're testing out at the moment to see if this is correct. Because there's a lot of information out there, and it mostly comes from Ken Johnson. I'm not saying he has bad information, but sometimes it can be biased. Because, Ken Johnson, he's a man who says, the law's done away with. It's okay to eat pork, worship on a Sunday, and so forth. So we just have to remember that when we're taking Ken Johnson's information into account. Like he has the layout, the Zadok layout is correct. All of that's correct. It's just he's got some biased things in there. And, this is just again showing that narrow gate on, day 4, the equinox. Boom. Right? Rising sun, shining that beam of light right onto the Holy of Holies in the temple. All right. And is Sister Marissa still in here? Because I wanted to show... So she shared some slides or screenshots. It doesn't look like she's in here. But I was hoping that she could be here to explain them as well. In case I explain wrong, but... All right, can everybody see what's being shown on the screen here?
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at the date right here on the top, this is going to be March 16th. This is going to be the equilux or equal day and equal night, which happens every March 16th in Israel. So you'll see Ursa Minor right here, these stars, they're all lining up, and they line up, boom, exactly with Polaris. This is the marker in the stars that Enoch is speaking about that's going to mark, boom. It's this marker for the divider day every single year. This lines up perfectly right there. This this one is the one I was hoping to have Marissa here to help explain a little bit. So this is going to be March 20th, which is when the equinox happens. Thank you, Brother Ken. Yeah. Thank you. All praise to the Most High. So March 20th, and what I think she is pointing out here, because this is going to be the, here, let me get to the screen myself so I can zoom it in. So here's Polaris here, but if you're looking, all these stars are kind of lining up correctly with all these lines going right to the center there. You know, this is the marker for day 4 in the heavens. The equinox that can be seen all across the earth, like everybody sees it. Does anybody have any questions so far? Or any more questions? Or anything anyone would like to add?
I just have one more question regarding the head of the months. Do you guys understand the head of the months being just the intercalary seasonal days, which are 4 times a year, or every head of the month?
No, not
or
every
head of the month.
No,
every first day.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, sorry. No, yeah, it's just the 4 times a year. So the 4 seasonal intercalary days. These are the heads of the month spoken about in Jubilees. You know, the head of the first month, the head of the 4th, and so forth and so on. It's these, that's what they're called. That's just what they're known as. And it's basically because it's repeating that same day 4 cycle every 4 months. So the head of every 4th month is always, or 3rd month, sorry. No, it's the 4th. Yeah, 4th.
Yeah.
So it's always going to fall on day 4. So yeah, it's basically that.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Sorry. I was just trying to input also that, like, I know we don't observe the moon for, days, months, weeks, or anything like that, but the moon is for seasons. So because in Psalms it says the moon was appointed for seasons, the sun knoweth her going down.
Yeah.
Which that would be the starting of the new season.
So the thing with the moon is also Enoch is describing how it's going to be off. So, but it can be a witness for these things, and it does witness for them. Like we saw this year, like we had all these like events that happened on the moon that literally lined up exactly with the festival days this year. So it is going to be the witness for these things, just not a consistent one. And it's not going to happen, every year, every month, so to say.
Right. Okay.
Actually, because the sun has like a 6-year cycle, the moon in that cycle has 2 cycles. So it is a witness. Every three years, it happens in the same precise day. Full moons are in the same precise days.
Yeah.
Every 3 years, after the 4th year, come back as it was in the 1st year. The moon has a 3-year cycle. The sun has a 6-year cycle. If we follow on the Gregorian calendar per se, it will fall on the same precise weekday. And after 6 years, because after 6 years, the Zeta calendar really comes back on the same day. Like we have the Sabbath right now on the Saturday. So it will come back again, the 7th year. Actually, it will come back again on the on the Sabbath. And the witness that the moon is is. It's not, we don't have to follow it for days, but the cycle is actually testifying to the cycle. The cycle of the
Yeah.
moon is twice in the cycle of the sun. So it testifies on the dot,
Yeah,
It's,
precisely.
yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. Definitely. And that's what a lot of people think, because in Genesis it describes them, but it's not going into exact detail on what each luminary was made for. It's just a basic overview of, like, look, on day 4, he made the sun, moon, and stars. And he even describes, hey, he made them for the light, to give light upon the earth. And he made them for signs and seasons and so forth. But what's not described there is what is the sign for the seasons and such. It just kind of briefly gives an overview of it. But if we go into Jubilees, we see exactly which one is for which. And it's going to be the sun that's a sign for all these things. And that backs up what Enoch says as well, because he goes into it talking about the sun as a sign for these things. That's the main witness to everything, every single year, every day, every month. And what Babylon did is, instead of following the sun that is supposed to witness for these things, they're using the moon for it. So then they're going off and they're throwing off the count every single month. Every month is going to be a different thing for them, and they're going to switch it up. And like, following the moon just puts so much more confusion into it. And when you look into the background of the Babylonian calendar, it's exactly what they did. It's their calendar to a T. And the ones who are over there promoting this they're the ones who usurped the sons of Zadok. They're the ones who killed off the sons of Zadok if they didn't want to follow their Babylonian or Hellenistic moon calendar. They ran them out of the temple. They took over the
Didn't
temple.
they exile them?
Wait, what's that?
Didn't they exile them to? They exiled them to Qumran, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, well, they exiled themselves there, but they went to Egypt and Qumran just to get away from that. And the temple of Onias, actually, in Egypt, which a lot of people don't want to bring to attention, I'm meaning mainstream people, is because Onias was the son of Zadok. When his father was killed by Antiochus for not following the Babylonian Hellenistic calendar, he fled into Egypt, and he became friends with the Ptolemy, the leader of the empire at that time that was there. And Ptolemy became interested because he was the son of Zadok, and Onias was literally teaching him the truth about Yahuwah. So Ptolemy allowed Onias to literally build a temple in Egypt dedicated to Yahuwah. And this is what Ezekiel, I think it's 19. Ezekiel 19, I believe, it's talking about, when a temple in Mitzrayim will be built for Yahuwah and so forth. It's literally describing that exact prophecy. And I go over that in my video on my YouTube channel, where I'm walking through the article I put together with all this information.
Kind of makes you wonder. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say, when you see that connection, then you see why Messiah and his parents, they fled to Egypt when he was younger, because they were going to the land of Onias, where the temple was, to learn from the sons of Zadok.
Oh, wow.
And then when he came back, he got baptized by John the Baptist, who was the leader of the Qumran community,
right?
Also the sons of Zadok. And it's just, and it links right back to the Damascus, where Paul was going to, was the Qumran community, because it was known as Damascus. So it all just links all back together, and it's amazing.
Well, and it kind of makes you wonder where the 3 wise men who saw, who knew that Messiah had been born.
Yeah.
I mean, because they obviously were really good at telling what time.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, they definitely knew how to read the stars, and not in like a horoscope modern kind of way,
Of course
because
not. Right.
yeah, because Yahuwah put them there as a scroll for us, and these are the heavenly scrolls, the heavenly tablets. Like they
Right.
give the story. They tell us how to calculate the year and all of these things. When you start seeing all of this through scriptures and you see all the verses, it basically, it's confirmation after confirmation, and you start seeing these little things in scriptures that you kind of wondered about before, and then you're like, wow, that's what it's talking about, it's really amazing, truly. All right, so what I wanted to get into next was proving out that Messiah had a 1-year ministry. Help you understand Enoch 74:11. Yeah, we can go over that real quick. So let me find it. Okay. All right. So here in Enoch 74:11, oh, come on, mouse. So, and the excess of the sun and of the stars amounts to 6 days and 5 years. So 6 days every year come to 30 days, and the moon falls behind the sun, and the stars to the number of 30 days. So this 30 days is all talking about how the moon is going to fall behind by 30 days. This excess of the sun and the stars is giving us the math right here. So 6 days and 5 years. So when you divide that up by 7, you're going to get the 1.2 days that the solar cycle is going to have every single year, which is, science, how they say we have 365.25, so forth. So we do the math here. This is where they're getting that number. Because so Enoch, they didn't work in decimal points or fractions or anything like that, as you can see, because everything was divided evenly. So what he's given here is a math equation to where it's going to add up evenly. So the excess of the sun and the stars is the excess days of the sun and the stars, and they're both going to line up together. So it's going to be 6 days in 5 years. When you break all that down, it comes to the 1.25. So this divider day, we're using 1 out of the 1.25. So we're going to have that 0.25 extra, or a quarter extra, which in 4 years is going to equal up into another day, which is going to line up when the equinox is falling in the evening of March 19th versus March 20th. Because March 20th, that's the date yearly it's going to fall on. But every 4 years, it's going to fall on that evening of the 19th. All right, got it. Thank you. No worries. All right, so here, this is we're going to prove out, Messiah's 1-year ministry, and we're going to look into a little bit of history about it. And we're going to have several articles. There's even a really good one where a brother just has the scriptures up there, and he's going through scriptures, walking it through scriptures. And these are actually some of the links I shared in the chat as well. But again, if anyone needs the links, feel free to ask. I'll share them with you. So right here, we're going to get into a little bit of history and what they're calling the quote unquote church fathers. But so the support of a 1-year ministry of Messiah was widely known among the early church fathers. Clement of Alexandria reported the disciples of Basilidas placed the baptism of Messiah in the 15th year of Tiberius and the crucifixion in the 16th. So Irenaeus said that Valentinians preached a ministry of 1 year, and this was based on Messiah's reading from Isaiah at the synagogue in Nazareth, proclaiming the favorable year of YAHUAH, which actually goes pretty deep when you think about that. So the favorable year of YAHUAH, Clement affirmed that he was to preach for a year only, and is laid down in the scriptures in the words, to preach the acceptable year of YAHUAH. He sent me. Origen, these are all Latin words or names, so they're tough to pronounce. So forgive me. So Origen originally followed Clement's position. And this list goes on to include Tertullian, Lactantius, Philastrius, Gaudentius, Evagrius, Orosius, and Ephraim. Interesting. Excuse me. Need some water there. Interesting, Ephraim, huh? So this is basically just showing, historically, even the quote-unquote early church fathers had this agreement that Messiah's ministry, it was only a year long. And so here's another article about it. A lot of these are kind of Christian-based articles. But, the verses that they give, this is what we're focused on, the verses that they're sharing and what the verses are saying. So we'll just kind of breeze through this one, but it's traditionally taught that the ministry of Messiah on this earth is 3 to 3.5 years. However, after careful consideration of all events described in the gospel and the prophecy about Messiah's ministry on earth, we can comfortably conclude that his ministry on earth was just 1 year. So, Passover is only mentioned once in all the Gospels in the below chapters, except for the Gospel of John. Yeah, after this, remind me, sister, and I'll send you the links. So, the Passover is only mentioned once in all the Gospels, except for the Gospels of John, which is actually incorrect because John, if we line up with what John says to what all the others are saying, it's going to be the same exact day he's describing it. So Matthew 26, Mark 14, Luke 22. In all the above 3 Gospels, the only Passover mentioned during his ministry is the Passover he kept just before his crucifixion. So this is interesting that even the Christians admit Messiah was observing the Passover. That it wasn't this Last Supper, as everyone wants to call it. It was the last Passover. So, however, in the Gospel of John, it's mentioned thrice. So now the Passover of the Jews was at hand. And really quick, in my video where it's called Testing the Zadok Calendar to the Death, Burial, and Resurrection, I go over exactly why John is calling it the Passover of the Jews. Because they observed it on a different day. So now the Passover of the Jews was at hand, and Yahushua went up to Jerusalem, and he found in the temple those who sold ox, sheep, doves, and the money changers doing his business. Now when he was in Jerusalem at the Passover, during the feast, many believed in his name, and when they saw the signs which he did. And then John 6:4-5. Now the Passover, a feast of the Jews. And see, they kind of reword it to make it think like, oh, look, he's talking about, we don't have to do Passover. He's calling it feast for the Jews. Well, that's not, he's saying that because they were observing the Passover on a different day than what Yahuwah's true calendar is. So when Messiah lifted up his eyes and seeing a great multitude coming toward him, he said, Philip, where shall we buy bread that these may eat? And then John 11, 12, 13, 18, and 19. This is the last Passover before his crucifixion, which is also mentioned in the Gospels. Yeah, I would agree. 100%, Sister Adrian. All right, so identifying the Passover in John 2, 13, and 14. So the event mentioned just before the Passover in John.
Really quick before you go on, could you read what she said right there? Because the people on the recording won't be able to hear that.
So, apologies, yeah. Thank you for reminding me.
Mm-hmm.
So Sister Adrian, she says, I believe what went down in Egypt happened in the 1 year and a Jubilee period, the 50th Jubilee, per the book of Jubilees, setting the captives free. I believe Messiah replicated the 1 year with his ministry, setting captives free, the 110th Jubilee, on a 50-year period, as well as the prophet like unto Moses. Yeah. 100%. And thank you and all blessings to the Most High. Where was I? Oh, so identifying the Passover in John 2, 13, and 14. So the event mentioned just before the Passover in John 2, 13 through 14 is also mentioned in the other Gospels before the only Passover mentioned. So Matthew 21, 12. Then Yahushua went into the temple of YAHUAH and drove out all those who bought and sold in the temple, and overturned the tables of the money changers and the seats of those who sold doves. So really quick here also, everyone's going around saying, oh, Messiah never did anything wrong, he never got upset or angry. Well, right here, actually before these verses, he talks about how he's braiding a whip. And then he goes in and does all this, and it's because they're defiling the house of YAHUAH. And sometimes we got to braid that whip on the people who blatantly want to defile the house of YAHUAH. I just kind of wanted to toss that in there, So Mark 11:15. So they came to Jerusalem, and Yahushua went into the temple and began to drive out those who bought and sold in the temple, and overturned the tables of the money changers, and the seats of those who sold doves. Excuse me. And then Luke 19:45. And then he went into the temple and began to drive out those who bought and sold in it. So hence the Passover mentioned in John 2:13-14 is the same Passover mentioned in other Gospels. Yep. However, John mentions this in the beginning, indicating that the Gospel of John is not chronological. And exactly, the Gospel of John seems to have been tampered with a lot. And I believe it's because they were trying not only to hide and twist what he was saying, but, that's where this whole push for, look, John calls it Passover of the Jews, so we shouldn't observe it anymore. And, it pushes that idea that, the festivals are done away with. Don't even worry about it. We'll observe, these pagan holidays instead. No. That's not what John says at all. But, there's a lot that has been, let's just say the writing of John has been corrupted and it's twisted and it's clearly not chronological. Just like Revelation, John wrote the book of Revelation and it seems to not be chronological either. So they messed with John's writings a lot. And I believe it's because he was a son of Zadok. So basically, if you want the link to this article, I will send it as well. I just wanted to kind of show, not really go over the entire page of articles, but because that's going to take a long time to do. But here's just another article, This is the one I was speaking about. It's laid out really well, and he goes into a lot of detail about it. This is actually 4gospels.info. And, they went into the ministry, just kind of ignore all the, Christian symbols and such in there. But what he's talking about is actually really great information. And it's really going to go into details about how all the events played out in all the Gospels. They can happen literally in less than a year. Like it wouldn't even take a whole year for these events to happen. And this is that timeline he's kind of laid out right here. And I just kind of want to show the examples of the depth of detail this brother goes into. And if I tried to read this, it would take a long time to read. So this is one I will share with anybody who's willing, and you can feel free to go over this, test it yourself, test it to what it's actually saying. This is just laid out like every detail right here, as you can see. He's got charts, he's got scriptures, he's got everything. He's got connections that are being made. This is one I did share in the chat the other day. Yeah, it's really sad. That's one of the posts I was talking about there. The mockers and scoffers come out, and unfortunately, that's how it is. So if we see that, Messiah's ministry was really only 1 year, this is going to explain why, because every 6 years, the Saturday Gregorian Sabbath is going to line up with YAHUAH's Sabbath. So it's going to happen every 6 years, just like the sister was saying earlier. This is why this year it's on a Gregorian Saturday. So if we know Messiah's ministry was 1 year and he was observing the same Sabbath day, let me put it this way, the Pharisees were observing the same Sabbath day as Messiah. This is why, Messiah is explaining when they're trying to catch him on the Sabbath days with their man-made laws, he's saying, oh, well, it's lawful to do these things on the Sabbath. And he's giving an example. He's not saying, oh, well, it's not the correct Sabbath day. Or like when he's going into the synagogues to preach every Sabbath. Well, if the Jews of that time are going in every Saturday, if he's going in on the true Sabbath day, there's not going to be any Jews in there to preach to. So that was a year, clearly the Sabbath days all lined up, just like this year we're experiencing right now. So if we take all that into consideration and we go into a little bit of how long after Messiah's death was Paul's ministry. This guy did a lot of work here as well. And it's a timeline of, they say, Jesus' death to Paul's conversion, which when he was on the road to Damascus, so showing that year. So he says, he's got all his calculations why he believes so right here, but where was it that he says it? So here, I'll just read from here. So having determined the approximate year that Messiah died, we simply need to know when Messiah appeared to Paul on the road to Damascus, which again, Damascus, Qumran. This was when Paul was converted and became a Nazarene, or a follower of the way. We find this We find this conversation experience in Acts 9, verses 1 through 19. And Paul later recounted it in Acts 22, 6, verses 21, and Acts 26, verse 12 through 18. And that's pretty cool. It actually shows the verses here. So while we cannot know for certainty, or we cannot know with certainty from the Bible when this occurred, most scholars believe that this was between 33 to 36 AD. However, I think the lower end of this range is less likely. We need to factor in the date that Stephen was martyred, which happened before Paul's conversion. So while Paul did not actually stone Stephen, he was there and was consenting unto his death. And that's going to be in Acts. And says that those who stoned Stephen laid down their clothes at a young man's feet, whose name was Saul, or Paul. The dating for when this happened is pretty narrow, and with most scholars believing it was around 33 AD, give or take a year, so about 4 to 5 years after the death of Messiah. If this is the case, then Paul's Damascus experience followed this somewhere between the dates of 34 to 36 AD. So this means the time between the stoning of Stephen and the appearance of Messiah to Paul on the road to Damascus was about 1 to 3 years. So therefore, taking the above into account, the amount of time between the death of Messiah and his subsequent appearance to Paul on the road to Damascus, Qumran, would be 6 to 8 years. So this is his guesstimate, but guess what number is right there? 6. So if this information is the case, this is correct. So 6 years after Messiah's death, where the Sabbaths lined up, 6 years later, when they would line up again, boom, this is how we get Paul preaching to the synagogues the same date as the Pharisees. This is why we get Paul doing the same exact things as Messiah was doing, and it seemed to be on the same days as the Pharisees. Well, this would literally explain all of that. if his ministry happened exactly 6 years afterwards, and that's when Messiah came to him, I think that's very important, because that's when all the Sabbaths are lining up. And they can actually go into the synagogues on the true Sabbath day and preach these things to them and show them, hey, look, check this out. And, when I started researching this out and seeing these connections, like, I was just like, wow, this is exactly why, because that's a strong argument that some would make against, like, oh, look, if Messiah had a 3-year ministry, then he would be observing the same Sabbath day as the Pharisees for 3 years. I know, because that's the exact same thing I would say. But if we actually look into it in the history, we see it was only a 1-year ministry, then that's exactly why. And so I actually wanted to play a little bit of an excerpt from Sister Aaron's video, which, let me share the audio here. So she kind of found the same exact thing, which, when I was watching this video, which is what made me study it out more and go deeper, but she found the same exact things. She kind of digs in to some events that happen and are written in recorded history that line up with exactly what was going on. So here, I'm going to mute my mic and then play this little segment. And it's going to be here real quick. So it's the remnant of light. It's Sister Aaron. And it's the acceptable year, a chronological time of Messiah walking the Zadok calendar. And the interesting thing is we basically found the same thing about the death, burial, and resurrection week. It proves out Messiah was following the Zadok calendar. The Pharisees were following their moon calendar. And it also shows, they were observing the Shabbats lined up that year specifically. So this is how all that comes into account. But here, let me play it real quick.
Okay, so now the Gospels.
Can everybody hear it?
Then it was time to align the events of the Gospels. We had to determine a consistent timeline among the 4. But first, we must understand that each of the 4 Gospels is written to a different audience and is intended to address a different element of the Messiah's life. Our objective was to identify the vital thread running concurrently and chronologically through Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John in order to discover if the Messiah was indeed following the calendar of the priestly order or that of the Pharisees. Matthew used history from other witnesses concerning the birth of Yahshua, but his own eyewitness observations when observing Yahshua in Galilee. And then in more detail after he became a disciple.
Hey, what's
Sorry,
going on?
I was trying to speed it up and it slowed it down. So I'm reversing it. Give me just a moment. Sorry. Every time I try to adjust the playback speed, it's doing something else.
Yeah, I have to put her on 1.25 myself.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, and I accidentally hit slow.
1.5. Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. All right. Got it.
Since he is concerned with the laws of the kingdom, his report is not always chronological, but he groups things according to theme. Mark, he writes primarily to a Greek Gentile audience, to the Goy, to explain the good news. Mark uses the historical present liberally, presenting events in action rather than viewing them as historical past. Mark is the most consistent in the chronology. Luke's text is assembled from collected accounts of the experiences and observations of others. And he primarily writes to non-Jews to clarify and organize, again, the good news of the Messiah. John was more selective of all the writers of the gospel. Over 90% of his context is exclusive to his book. To illustrate how selective John was, even though Yahshua's teachings were full of parables, John did not record a single one. Also, of the 7 miracles John uses, 5 of them are unique to his gospel. There are many differences between John and the synoptic gospels of Matthew, Mark, and Luke. John's gospel is considered by most critical biblical scholars to be the least credible chronologically by far. There are many signs of editing, cut and paste, latter additions, and so forth. Major stories like a very public resurrection of Lazarus and Yahshua's visit to Jerusalem are not even mentioned in the synoptic gospels. According to the gospels of Mark, Matthew, and Luke, many biblical scholars would agree that Yahshua's public life seems no longer than 1 year. And looking at Mark's gospel, the least elaborate and the earliest, some postulate all the major events in Yahshua's ministry happened within a few months. Many prominent 2nd, 3rd, and 4th century Christians, such as St. Clement of Alexandria, also called for a 1-year ministry. In the whole narrative of the ministry in Galilee, Mark's gospel represents the fewest deviations from the chronological order. Luke thought that Yahshua had a 1-year ministry, because in Luke, and only here, Yahshua at the beginning of his public life is quoting a passage of Isaiah, which includes a reference to a 1-year period, the acceptable year. Much of Luke's gospel is generally chronological, and we will see that. With these writings, we will piece together the Messiah's travels using time frames that would be logical and reasonable in order to apply our model. For example, days of travel would have to be recognized throughout the timeline, as the Messiah, for the most part, traveled by foot throughout the regions of Galilee and Judea. Matters are settled using beyond a reasonable doubt as the standard. Beyond a reasonable doubt is achieved when or if the preponderance of the evidence supports our argument. In other words, does it make sense? Evidence has weight. With that, the most weight is the testimony of Elohah's word. It is absolute. Whenever possible, we insist on 2 or 3 biblical references to confirm a matter. Relying on Elohah's word, we will follow the trail that leads to truth's discovery. Month 1. And it happened in those days, Yahshua came from Nazareth of Galilee and was baptized by John in the Jordan. Mark 1:9. We start our story here by the River Jordan, where John is baptizing and preaching about the one who will soon be revealed. Matthew 3:13 through 15. Then Yahshua arrives from Galilee to the Jordan, to John, to be baptized by him. But John restrained him, saying, I have need to be baptized by you, and do you come to me? And answering, Yahshua said to him, allow it now, for it is becoming to us this way, to fulfill all righteousness. Then he allows him. Luke 3:21 and 22. And it happened, in the baptizing of all the people, Yahshua also being baptized and praying, the heaven was opened, and the Ruach HaKodesh came down in a bodily form as a dove upon him. And there was a voice out of heaven saying, you are my son, my beloved. In you I have been delighted. Isaiah prophesied this very event. Isaiah 42:1. Behold my servant, I will uphold him, my elect in whom my soul delights. I have put my spirit on him. He shall bring forth justice to the nations. I think it is prudent at this point in the study to remind ourselves that the Messiah himself said he came to fulfill the word, not to do away with it. The reason I bring this up now is that before completing this study, I used to think that this just meant that the Messiah was fulfilling the feast days as the bridegroom and the sacrifices as the lamb. But it's much more than that. Taking a look at the word fulfill, it is defined as such. The Greek 4137 from the Greek 4134 means to make replete, finish a period or task, verify, or coincide with prediction, specifically to fulfill time, fully preach, perfect, to consummate, to carry through to the end. What we discovered is that the Messiah was fulfilling historic biblical events through his own actions and locations. These events stand as witnesses to the Messiah's timeline, as we will see. The first fulfillment of the Messiah's one-year ministry was the timing of his baptism. In accordance with the instructions given to Moses by YAHUAH himself, Yahshua fulfilled the priestly ordination requirements on the first day of the first month, New Year's Day. Receiving the consecration and anointing of the Ruach HaKodesh as he is ordained the high Melchizedek priest at his baptism. We find our historic evidence at the time that the tabernacle was erected. Exodus 40. On the first day of the month, on the first of the months, you shall rise up the tent of the tabernacle of the congregation, and you shall put there the ark of the testimony, and you shall cover the ark with a veil. The Messiah is the mercy seat on the ark, and is also placed in the sanctuary of his Father on the first day of the first month. Exodus 40, verse 9. And you shall take the oil of anointing, and you shall anoint the tabernacle and all that is in it, and you shall sanctify it and all of its vessels, and it shall become holy. Verse 10. And you shall anoint the altar of burnt offering and all its vessels, and you shall sanctify it, and the altar shall become most holy. Verse 12. And you shall cause to draw near Aaron and his sons to the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and you shall wash them with water. Verse 13, and you shall clothe Aaron with holy garments, and you shall anoint him and sanctify him, and he shall serve as priest to me. The Messiah was washed with water and clothed with the Ruach HaKodesh at his baptism. John 1:33, and I did not know him, but the one sending me to baptize in water, that one said to me, on whomever you see the Ruach coming down and abiding on him, this is the one baptizing in the Ruach HaKodesh. Exodus 40, 14 through 17. And you shall cause his son to draw near, and you shall clothe them with tunics, and you shall anoint them as you anoint their father, and they shall serve as priests to me, and their anointing shall be an everlasting priesthood for their generations. And Moses did so, according to all that YAHUAH commanded him, so he did. And it happened in the first month, on the first of the month, the tabernacle was raised up. Hezekiah also instructed to cleanse the temple on the New Year day. 2 Chronicles 29:3. And in the first year of his reign, in the first month, he opened the doors of the house of YAHUAH and repaired them. Hezekiah could only make these adjustments on the very day they were designed to set apart. These doors had to be repaired and adjusted on the equinox itself, giving us the understanding that the equinox is the first day of the year. The sun had to be in the due east position so the adjustments could be made accurately, and no other day would have worked. Ezekiel 45:18. So says the Creator YAHUAH, in the first month, on the first of the month, you shall take a bull without blemish, a son of the herd, and cleanse the sanctuary. The high priest Aaron and his sons were ordained on the first day of the first month. The tabernacle was erected on the first day of the first month, and the sanctuary cleansed. Thus we believe that Yahshua was baptized on the first day of the first month, the Rosh Kodeshim, the head of the year, for he is the head of the body. So this brings us to day 1, month 1, and the baptism of the Messiah. And immediately after being baptized, we are told that Yahshua goes out to the wilderness to be tempted by Ha-Satan, also known as Hillel. Mark 1:12 through 13. And immediately the Spirit drove him into the wilderness. And he was in the wilderness 40 days and 40 nights, and was tempted of Satan, and was with the wild beasts, and the angels ministered to him. The angels were pouring the living waters of Eloh's words into the Messiah as he endured the temptation of Hillel. Matthew 4:1 and 2. Then Yahshua was led up into the wilderness by the Ruach to be tempted by the devil, and having fasted 40 days and 40 nights, afterwards he hungered. Now, after giving birth to a male child, a mother's ceremonial uncleanness lasted for a total of 40 days. Leviticus 12, verses 2 and 4. Speak to the sons of Israel, saying, if a woman has conceived seed and has born a male, then she shall be unclean 7 days. As on the days of her menstrual impurity, she shall be unclean. And she shall remain in the blood of her cleansing 33 days. She shall not touch any holy thing. She shall not go to the sanctuary until the day of her cleansing is fulfilled. So we have 7 plus 33, 40 days of cleansing. The Messiah was in the wilderness being tempted for 40 days. Thus the Messiah had fulfilled all the cleansing requirements, being anointed of water for his service as the Melchizedek high priest. So we're going to fast forward now to the 9th day, the 2nd month. And this happens to be a Sabbath day. On the day before the Messiah's return, some Jews were sent to question John about who he was and why he was baptizing. Although not the Sabbath of the Pharisees and the Sadducees at the time, it was, according to the priestly courses from the Dead Sea Scrolls, the true Zadokite priestly Sabbath. We can see in the scrolls year after year that the 2nd month, 9th day, was always the priestly Sabbath. And John uses this occasion to speak about YAHUAH, the master of the Sabbath. Verse 28. These things took place in Bethabara beyond the Jordan, where John was baptizing. 10th day, 2nd month. Behold the Lamb. After 40 days in the wilderness, YAHUAH returns to where John is baptizing. Counting 40 days from the New Year day of the Messiah's baptism, and then the trek in the wilderness with Hillel, would have him returning the afternoon of the 10th day, 2nd month. This would be the first day of the week following the Sabbath, where John the Immerser proclaims the Messiah to the Jews.
All right. So just want to kind of pause it there for a moment. If you guys are interested in watching the rest of that video, you can find her there on YouTube. I just kind of wanted to play a little bit of what she was showing, and it's also supporting. She goes through the whole calendar basically to show it was a 1-year ministry Messiah was doing. And, you know, this is lining up with everything we've just shown on here. Let me get the screen up here. Oh, it's already up. Yeah, so this is just, she's basically confirming and verifying everything we had just gone through as well. And we've been lied to about, you know, Messiah having this 3 or 3.5 year ministry is because, you know, the ones who are in charge over there right now, you know, the Zionists, so forth. We don't want to say their names too loud, but they try to stretch all these timelines out so things will fit according to, you know, their moon calendar understanding. And they want to omit or, you know, take things out of order in certain books to try to kind of like cause confusion. So these things, so basically it would be difficult to put all of this together unless you really search and you're really digging deep. And it takes prayer and fasting as well to find all of these things, because YAHUAH is going to show us, you know, everything if we're truly searching out scriptures. Does anybody have any questions?
No, it seems to all make perfect sense.
Awesome.
I mean, you know, hearing it, then thinking about it tonight or tomorrow, going, wait a minute, tell me again, equinox. But
Yeah.
no, it makes sense. Like, that is 1 year and not 3, and everything that she describes there. Just take time to go back and research it and look through it again.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that's really why I want to present all this information, so everybody can also, take this, research it out on their own, take it to the Father, and just see for themselves. And it's not something we're trying to push or force people. It's not something we're condemning people about. We're just trying to show through scriptures exactly what we have found, and how we can walk through the quote unquote canon and even kind of show these verses that definitely allude to all of this. And it's because the lying pens of the scribes, we get the Masoretic text, which was heavily influenced by the Pharisees. They omitted things, they changed things. The Septuagint, which is even older, even that's been gone through and combed through as well to omit things and hide things. And, they make all of this information so difficult to find, and then they raise us up in a timekeeping understanding that it's confusion. So when we try to look at Yahuwah's perfect time, we already have this confusion in our head about what time should be. And, that's the breaking Babylon out of our heads. And, we got to think, back then they didn't have, Monday through Friday or Monday through Sunday, what have you. They didn't have Gregorian days of the week. So they were keeping track of these cycles by what day of creation week it was. And if we're resetting creation week every single year, which is what exactly is happening as defined by scriptures, we have to take into consideration that voidness that existed as well before the day one. And I think that's what is also causing a lot of confusion, because a lot of people don't understand that. And then they don't put that together with Enoch 74:11, or do the math there and see that this excess days that the sun has of light or time, what have you, it's there to compensate for this void of darkness that is there in Genesis 1. And, that everyone wants to think, a Gregorian Saturday is always the seventh day of the week, and it's not, unfortunately. And that's the confusion.
Hey, Jeremy, you were
Yeah.
mentioning even about the Septuagint having some discrepancies. Have you done a little bit of research on the reproduction of the Geneva Bible?
I haven't researched a lot into it. I know about the Geneva Bible, definitely. I haven't done a lot of research about it. Did you find something out about it?
No, but I'm definitely looking into it. I'm also interested in the reproduction of he didn't get to the Old Testament. He started in the New Testament. Oh goodness, now I'm drawing a blank on his name. Tyndale.
Oh, yeah. The Tinsdale Bible. Yeah.
Yes.
And see, all these are just based off of, excuse me. They're based off the Masoretic, like all of them.
Those are too? I didn't think they were. Okay.
Yeah, because the Masoretic goes way back.
All right.
It goes back to where the Pharisees and their things. But the Septuagint is older than that, which is why you'll find like the varying difference of dates in the Septuagint versus Masoretic, because, the Masoretic, they're trying to say, the Jews think Shem is Melchizedek. And that's just not the case. And they change the dates in scriptures to fit their theology that Shem is Melchizedek, when it's just not true. Because they want to say, when when Abraham was going to meet Melchizedek, that was Shem. Well, Shem died like a long time before Abraham. And you
I'm
know
sorry. 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 Go ahead.
go ahead.
I was just going to say, what does the Masoretic text mean? What does that mean?
It's the original. It's basically the original like writings of what they base. You know, the King James and
Okay.
all. Most of our modern Bibles are based on a translation of that.
Okay.
And it's the Masoretic. It's what basically the Pharisees compiled and put together and, you know, combed through it. And they made their edits and exhortations that doesn't fit their, you know, Babylonian calendar.
Does Masoretic, is there, like, I'm saying, like, what does that mean? Is that who were the Masoretic people? I don't know. Like, that's what I'm trying to, is there a correlation anywhere with that word?
Here, let me.
Masonic.
Masonic. Okay. Thank you.
So I could be wrong, but in my studies, you have the Paleo Hebrew, and that's what rocked the world for the longest time. And then prior to the Messiah, you had the Greeks moving into Jerusalem area and actually starting to adapt to the Messiah, or not the Messiah, but YAHUAH. And so they started translating the Paleo Hebrew into what we know as the Septuagint. The
Okay.
problem is the Septuagint that we can get our hands on has been filtered through the Masoretic.
Gotcha.
So
Yeah,
then
exactly.
now the original Septuagint is very pricey and very hard to find.
Wow.
Then
Yeah,
you have the Messiah coming, and afterwards the air quote Jews were very upset that all these people were claiming to be chosen people too, right? They're
Mm-hmm.
walking and being grafted in. So they get together with Rome
Mm-hmm.
and they make a plot. Well, it backfired on them because now anyone keeping the Sabbath is being killed, right? Not just,
Right. Okay.
right? So
Mm-hmm.
Rome takes that information, right? Rome has all this information. Now, whether you believe we're premillennial kingdom or postmillennial kingdom, Rome took that knowledge and they gave us what we have now. Everything has been filtered through the Roman filter.
And the
Gotcha.
Everything.
Council of Nicaea,
Yes.
yeah.
So then you have the not Genevieve,
Geneva.
Geneva Bible. So from my understanding, the Geneva Bible, if you can find it in its original context, that would be amazing. Because supposedly it was written during the final years of the millennial kingdom and they were searching for the Messiah.
Which that would be before what we would think of as like the 1400s, because you can't find anything in the 1500s.
Yeah.
Right, right. So now you have this Bible that it dates back to the 14 and 1500s. And guess what? They filtered it through King James. So like you just get on Amazon and order it, it's going to be filtered through.
Yeah.
So even the reproductions have been filtered through.
Correct.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Exactly.
just like the
My goodness.
Qumran, like Jeremy was saying with the Dead Sea Scrolls. They
Mm-hmm.
got
Yeah.
their hands on it and they filtered what they want us to know. That's why it says the fourth day, aka Wednesday, in it.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So when
Ay,
people say, oh, well, Saturday's the preserved Sabbath, you can see this all the way through history. This is history telling you that Saturday is the preserved Sabbath. I don't trust our history anymore.
No.
Right.
So even the Ethiopian Bible then is also
So the thing about that,
Possible anymore.
yeah.
and same
So
with
the thing
Geneva
about the
too.
Ethiopic Bible is so those are the what they're called Sephardic Jews.
oh yes.
So they were working with Pharisaical Jews since the beginning of Judaism. So they're working together. So all these, if you get the Ethiopian Bible, you're going to see it's going to have like Second Enoch.
Oh,
And there's also these very Catholic like books in there as well.
Oh,
And they're calling them canon.
and artwork too. Look
yeah.
very
Yeah.
Catholic as well.
And so while it is a very old translation, you got to remember, they were working together with these guys right here. The Rabbinic Judaism and Sephardic Jews, Rabbinic Jews, all these Jews, they just work together. It's just a different sect of them, you know?
Time where they took out Yah's true name and then entered in Lord and God and all that.
Oh, yeah, yeah. They remove his name. They put in Lord, which means Baal, which we all know what Baal is.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
The earlier changes that we know, it's in the 90s after Christ, after Yahushua, in the Council of Jamnia, which happened to be in Tel Aviv, actual Tel Aviv now in Palestine, where all the Pharisees gathered together and they had a council to decide what is going to stay in the scripture for the Christians, so-called Christians. So that's where it started to decide, you know, when they probably left with the scrolls they had from Jerusalem that the Zadok priest didn't take or whatever. They had copies, obviously. So they left with part of them and they decided what they're going to keep, what they're going to filter, what they're going to give us to the outsiders. Yeah. So that happened in the 90 after Yahushua.
So what do you all recommend for studying the scriptures as far as, you know, we have the Bible, the 66 canons, like we have Old Testament, like is there a Paleo Hebrew Bible?
Ruach led. He led us all to the truth through whatever Bible you had at home.
Yep.
Gotcha.
The Holy Spirit is going to put the puzzle together. There's no one version or the other. Like, it's
precise.
Just, sometimes you're going to hop and pop from one to another, just the way the Holy Spirit is going to lead you.
Yeah.
Because if you stick to one, you're not going to find, I don't think.
Like the Strong's Concordance is all filtered through the King James Masoretic.
It's tampered too, like the new moon and the new month. You know, if you go there, you're not going to find that. You know, the same thing.
Exactly.
You can go outside in a Google translation, for instance, and Google translation is going to tell you the truth. It's not new moon, it's new month. It's never.
Wow, that's crazy.
Whatever means you have,
and still everybody is not seeing it. Wow.
Yeah, it's on BLB Bible, for instance. If you go and translate the Septuagint at the bottom, and you translate in Google Translation, if you don't have another way of means of translating, you're gonna see it's a completely different translation than the Hebrew translation.
Right.
So even if you don't have the Septuagint Bible, you can do that, and you translate the Greek from the bottom of the BLB, and you're gonna find out what it says, you know. Or you can go in a Greek app Bible if you want, you know, and they're different forms, different types, and somehow I think the Lord is the one that's just bringing up the truth. It's not us. We can't really know many of the variables, you know, history, times, you know. I mean, we have so many issues and so many things.
Well, and there is even scripture, you know, that says that, you know, to rightly divide truth, line upon line, precept upon precept.
Wow.
I'm getting confused.
A little, here a little.
Yeah, there a little. Yeah. So.
That's really amazing.
I just highly suggest if you have any demonic symbols on those Bibles, I would get rid of those. We got rid of one Bible that had the demonic Trinity symbol on it, and is actually all throughout the Bible. It did. So we got rid of that one. But just don't forget he will wake you up and guide you with whatever you have. You don't need a library. I love having a library, but you don't need the Encyclopedia Britannica. You don't need all these different translations. The Spirit will guide you and compel you if you do need it.
Well, that's just like, I feel like this group, like, I mean, I've always done the King James Bible, but I just lost my train of thought. I'm so sorry. I'll be back. I forget where I was going with that. I mean, I was gonna say, like, just like this group, like, you just see the truth, like, it's like by faith, right? Childlike faith. You hear it, you are listening to it, and it hits you, right? With the Ruach, like, from everything that you were taught that wasn't truth. So, when you're pointing out all these different things, like what Erin was sharing in her video, it just, right, opens
Right.
your
And I
eyes at
think
that
with the
time.
Ruach, you have discernment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Did I say that wrong? Ruach? Rupak?
Ruach. I
As
think it's Ruach.
basically, it's just the Hebrew word for spirit or breath.
Gotcha.
And yeah,
Okay.
because in English, the word spirit, it's kind of got a bad connotation.
Sure.
So this is why we like to use the Hebrew words instead, because when you look into the history of the English language, it was created based off spellcasting. And that's why
Yes. Okay.
these words don't have like double, triple, hidden meanings to everything we say.
Mm-hmm. Got it. Okay.
That's why I use the Hebrew words or try to use them.
Makes sense.
Other,
100%.
yeah.
It kind of helps too when you think of that, we've been lied to about everything. It kind of makes you step out of that box that they've put us in for so long
Mm-hmm.
and and then just kind of reconstruct it with, the Ruach leading, and then lots of predictive programming. They really like to throw it in everybody's face that they know the true origin of everything.
And that's what they do is they'll prop the truth up in all these different areas. And it's like, because they have to have that little bit of sprinkle of truth in there to be able to prop up the lie, because the lie is just going to fall. If it's 100% a lie, it's not going to stand. And the enemy knows that. So this is why, there's a little bit of truth here, there's a little bit of truth there, there's a little bit of truth over there. And it's done that way on purpose to hide it, like hide it in plain sight, just like everything else they do. It's hidden right in our faces. But most people aren't going to see it.
I know. Wow.
And I believe this is why there's so many different, secular religions, so many denominations of a certain religion, things like that, is because they'll all have like a small hint of truth in it, but then it's just surrounded by the lies, like all the lies. It's like it's booby trap, is what Katrina says. Good word for it. Booby trap.
Yeah. Yeah.
And once you understand, we've been literally lied about everything we've been taught. Our history, it's a lie. The shape of where we live is a lie. And it all connects back to perpetuate that very same lie that the serpent told Eve in the garden. Did Yahuwah really say? Like, absolutely, he really said it because it's written in his word.
Wow. Yeah, from everything to the globe that you had on your desk,
Yeah,
in high school.
exactly.
It's crazy.
And you just see it. It's all connected right back to Satan. Why? Because he's had thousands of years. He's had every human being in existence to practice his deception on. So he's had this plan. He's known about this plan. He knows Yahuwah's plan, but he has had this lie and deception to perpetuate these like all these different like rabbit holes that literally lead back straight to him. And that gets everyone thinking, well, that's such a huge deception. How can it be true? Well, you got to think, this is why we were warring with the spirits. We're not warring with the flesh and blood. It's these spirits who have had thousands of years to practice deception on. They turned Adam and Eve, they were basically made perfect. So if they were able to be deceived, being made perfect, who are we that we can say, oh, we can't be deceived, you know?
Right, 100%.
Excuse me for
Yeah.
changing the subject for just a second. Jeremy, at the beginning of the call, you were mentioning 2 seasons, and there were only 2 seasons because there was no need for the flood hadn't happened yet, and we were like the world at that time was basically in like the perfect state. So there was no need for fall and winter.
Yeah, no, I can understand that. I get what you're saying. But in Enoch, the thing is there. And so when we go into Enoch 82 and we start reading it from the beginning, he starts going into the description of these 2 seasons. So for spring, he's saying, oh, this is when, all the plant life's going to spring forth. This is when basically things are springing forth. That happens in spring. And then he starts describing the summer. He starts talking about the heat waves and the heat of the sun and things like that, like things that describe, exactly what we experience in summer. And so,
Right.
so when you think about it that way, he's talking about spring and summer, but then where's all the snow and the ice or the leaves falling for fall and winter? And that's why I was kind of pointing that out, is because he's only describing 2 of the 4 seasons in there, because 2 of the 4 heads of the 1,000, those are only 2 of the 4 intercalated days, the seasonal ones that happen.
Right, but they didn't start observing. I mean, because in Jubilees it talks about the 4 intercalary days, but they called those days Noah days because they happened after the flood. They started
Yeah,
being observed after the flood. So that means before the flood there was only 360 days that made a complete year?
no. So
No?
Enoch also describes these 4 intercalated days, which they're actually right there in Enoch 82 and a couple other chapters as well. But Enoch specifically is talking about the 4 intercalated seasonal days. So yeah, let me pull up Enoch 82 and I'll try to walk through it here.
I just had a crazy thought while you're pulling that up. And this is because my son has watched Disney forever. And I was just thinking about Frozen and Olaf and his song. It's only like spring and summer. He doesn't mention any other, and I'm just correlating back to Disney and how deceptive that is. Like but truth mixed in. Crazy. Sorry. Off rabbit hole there.
No worries.
Oh yeah, Disney has lots of those.
So Jeremy, from what you've calculated and studied so far, we were never on a 360-day calendar before the flood.
Wait, can you repeat that again? Sorry.
So before the flood, our calendar wasn't 360, it was still 364.
Yeah, because Enoch was before the flood.
Right.
Enoch actually even predicts the flood.
Right.
So Enoch is he's literally describing all these same 4 seasonal days.
Okay. All right.
And let me
Makes sense.
wait. That's not the. 1 second here. I'm sorry, I'm just seeing all the stuff in chat here as well. Yeah, Satan's blueprint is a copy of the truth twisted. Absolutely. So, let's see where he starts talking about it here. Well, here in Enoch 82, verse 4, so he's going to start describing these 4 intercalary days, the seasonal days. It says, Baruch or blessed are the righteous. So Baruch are all those who walk in the way of righteousness and do not sin as the sinners, in the reckoning of all their days, in which the sun traverses the Shamayim, entering into and departing from the portals for 30 days, with the heads of thousands of the orders of stars, together with the 4 which are intercalated, which divide the 4 portions of the year, which lead them and enter with them 4 days. So Enoch, before the flood, he's talking about these 4 seasonal days, which separate the seasons. And then owing to them, men shall be at fault and not reckon them in the whole reckoning of the year. Also men shall be at fault and not recognize them accurately. And they belong in the reckoning of the year and are truly recorded forever. 1 in the first portal, 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth, 1 in the 6th, and the year is complete in 364 days.
Oh, okay.
Seasonal days, season with the sun, 2,
Thank you.
season with
Thank
the
you for
dark,
bringing
2.
that up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I got confused because in Jubilees when it said the Noah days, I thought that those 4 intercalary days were included after the flood happened.
No, there's more verses in Enoch where he goes and describes these 4 days. He actually describes them many times in his writings.
So essentially Jubilees is quoting Enoch.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And there was, so here's where he's going to describe the seasons. So he's talking about the 4 days. These are the names of the leaders, the names of those who lead them. So in the beginning of the year, Melikiel rises first and rules, who is named Tamanini and Shamash. All the days of his dominion while he bears rule are 91 days. And these are the signs of the days which are to be seen on earth in the days of his dominion. So the intercalary day leader, he's talking about, these are going to be what's going to happen in that season. So sweat and heat and calms, and all the trees bear fruit, and leaves are produced on all the trees, and the harvest of the wheat, and the rose flowers, and all the flowers which come forth in the field. But the trees of the winter season become withered. And the names of the leaders, so the spring, because that's when everything is going to bear fruit. The harvests are going to come forth. This is the spring season. So then he goes again about the second intercalary seasonal day leader. In these verses, and his rule is 91 days. And these are the signs of days on the earth. So glowing heat, dryness, and the trees ripen their fruits and produce all their fruits ripe and ready. And the sheep pair and become pregnant. And all the fruits of the earth are gathered in. And all that is in the fields and the winepress, these take place in the days of his dominion. So this is, in the summer when everybody's gathering everything together, preparing for the winter, things like that. So we got spring, we got summer, and then it ends right here in verse 20. And these are the names of the orders and leaders of the heads of thousands. And it talks about the head of the thousands and Asaphael, which is the name of one of the 4 seasonal intercalary days. And there it ends. It just goes Enoch 83, doesn't even continue it. It just says, and now, my son Methuselah, I'll show you all the visions which I've seen accounted before you. And then he goes into him taking a wife, and it doesn't continue the seasons. You see what I'm saying there?
That's odd, yeah.
And actually, Victor is the one who pointed this out, because we were trying to use verse 17 and 20 here, because these are actually the two of the 4 intercalary day leaders. We were thinking it was these 2 days at a time leaders because they're only mentioned twice. And there's only 2 of these leaders. So that's what we were thinking, but no, Victor was the one who pointed out, look, chapter 82 isn't complete. It's describing spring, then it describes summer, and it just stops. Where's the rest of it? Where's fall? Where's winter? Where's the other 2 seasonal day leader names? And when you try to look, yeah, it's been removed. Exactly, Ken. Yeah, when you try to look all this up, there's nothing about it. There's nothing you can find that says Enoch chapter 82 is incomplete. But so what I've thought about is because there was 3 full copies of the scrolls of the book of Enoch found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, complete copies. They weren't fragmented or anything. So what I'm thinking is these 3 copies, they had the rest of Enoch 82 here, where it describes the other 2 seasons, which is where it would also probably describe these 2 days out of time as well. But I can't say for sure because it's missing. So it's just what I'm trying to put together logically and thinking, because, if we're talking about these guys here, why wouldn't they be talked about in the seasons where they belong? And,
Now, I
think.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. No,
I
go
do
ahead.
know that I think there in Israel, there is a Rothschild museum that holds all of the Dead Sea Scroll, or maybe not all, but most of the Dead Sea Scrolls. And it's interesting, right? The Rothschilds are in possession of the people that help translate them and make them known to the public. And
there's a good reason for that.
Yeah.
And it's because they're hiding all this. I can almost guarantee that what they say is fragmented out and we don't know what's there. I can guarantee they already know what's there and they have these fragments, but they don't want to make them public, because then they would reveal who these people really are living over there right now. And these aren't Yah's chosen people that are living over there.
No, they are the usurpers.
Yep. Yeah, exactly, Ken.
Descendants from the Hasmoneans, and my goodness.
Yep.
I mean, you even said that they have even found the Dead Sea Scrolls before they even claim that they have found them.
So actually in my article, I bring it up a little bit, but it's called a Zadokite writing, and it's from the early 1900s. And it's where they found one of these scrolls and they were writing about it. Like, wow, what is this? And they had no idea what it was. And then I think it was like in the 17 or 1800s, there was also fragments or scrolls found as well. And if you really dig deep, you can find this stuff. It's really hard to find because they make it hard to find. But I was able to find the one from the early 1900s. And it's in my article. And someone had actually asked a question on it on that particular video. And they were like, wait, how come this one's saying it's from 1901 but they weren't found until 1947? So I basically had to explain that, like, look, they've been finding these things for a long time. They just don't want you to know.
Yeah.
And what they have found, they'll keep secret. And they didn't even want to release the entire find until these Bedouin sheep herders found it all. And they started making this huge deal about it. So that's when, I'm going to say which is the Zionists, they swooped in, got a hold of it, hence the Rothschilds having possession of all these things. And they want to come through it with a fine-tooth comb, and they want to remove everything that's going to reveal truth about them. And if you actually go to like Rumble, like you don't have to have the app, you can go to rumble.com or whatever, and just type in the search, Testament of a Nothing Burger. And it's like a 5-hour video, but he walks through step by step exactly who these people are, where they came from.
The
Or
Testament
even,
of a Nothing Burger?
yeah, Testament of a Nothing Burger.
Okay.
And a channel will pop up with that same name. He's only got one video on his channel, and it's this video.
Testament of a Nothing Burger. Okay.
And also on YouTube, on God Culture's channel, if you look up the Psalm 18 War, which is actually one of the videos that's used in that testament. Yeah, there it is. Katrina shared it in the chat.
Oh, okay.
You can also look up God Culture on YouTube, and it's the Psalm 18 War. And he goes through a lot of the same information as well.
Right.
And the guy who made the Testament of a Nothing Burger video actually takes some of God Culture, a little bit of excerpts from what he says as well. So there's a lot of evidence and proof out there that shows exactly who these people over there are in the Middle East, and they're usurpers and imposters, and they're posing as Yah's chosen people while doing opposite of what Yahuwah says.
Right. And so I know, Jeremy, you like to say that they are the harlot or the harlot that rides the beast. And, people are so stuck on the Saturday Sabbath.
Yeah.
Well, they made their calendar week. They are the ones that did it. 1 second. I will. They're the ones that made up this weekly 7-day cycle, and they mimic it off of YAHUAH. But they claim their Saturday, right? And then they made the Christians and Catholics claim their Sunday because they control them. It's just like the Jesuits. The Jesuits are the fake Jews that act like the Christians, like Trump. He's acting like a Christian, but he's actually a Jew. And so they gave their Sabbath on their week their authority. And then the Christians, their Sunday and their authority.
Right.
Whereas, in fact, YAHUAH doesn't play by them. YAHUAH plays by his own rules on when he starts the year and when he starts the weeks. So everyone is so stuck on this. Like, it has to be every 7 days. Absolutely, it should be every 7 days. It's just not on Babylon's time because they created it.
Right. Mm. Which is why they have to put the confusion of moon following in amongst the writings as well.
Exactly. And also, I believe to hide the
Yeah,
fact.
they took out the books, right? It's just now you could just see it clear why they took out those books. Why now you could see when they're called the lying pens of the scribes. Oh, you could see where they mistranslated words on purpose to get their theology. So it's just we can't be jumping out of Christianity and going over to what the Jews are doing, right? And
When they're the
then
ones that messed
following
it up
them,
in the first place.
right?
Yeah.
They're the ones just giving us, and just like I've been going back and forth with like my friends that are still stuck on the lunar stuff. They call them scholars. They call them like they're the only ones that could read the Bible and could actually like it's awful. It's awful. And when you see who they truly are, you see why they did what they did. And that's why that's a foundation to this calendar, which is then you have to see the Zadok. Eddie Chumney does a brilliant job, and he just did a second part of his teaching. I could send those over too. But those two teachings are the foundation in order to know this calendar, because you have to almost experience what Zadok actually had to experience to feel that frustration, to see what they went through, because it's exactly what we're going to be going through.
Mm.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I mean, look at what just happened in that one group, how there's, the Lashon Hara was terrible. I mean, at first it really hurt me, right? It really, but I have to keep reminding myself they're not doing it to me, they're doing it to YAHUAH. And YAHUAH is going to deal with this kind of thing, right? He's going to deal with it. But also bad publication is also could turn into the good publication, because at least now we're talking about it. The post is still up, and we're talking. We're talking it through. These people say that we're calling them evil. That's not what we're doing at all. They're saying that we are saying that they're damned to the lake of fire. I never said that. They're saying that we're saying that they're stuck in Babylon. Yes, that's what I'm saying. And we are called and commanded to come out.
Right.
And so,
Yeah, I agree. I think there are many levels that we still don't even know that we have to come out of. I mean,
Exactly.
this revelation of the calendar and everything is just another aspect that I just couldn't believe was just so deep, and I would not have been able to handle it a year ago when I started just coming into the truth of the shape of the earth.
Yeah, and that's why I think, because he knows how much we can take, so it comes in small increments. Like we got to start somewhere, and
Right, because it's overwhelming.
yeah, exactly.
but this is
We
I like how Nick says like the keys of David are being revealed, because when you first came to Torah, then all of a sudden the New Testament started to make sense. Well, once you come
Yes.
to this calendar, the whole Bible is going to start making sense. You're going to be reading through again now, and you're going to be finding verses where where did this just come from? Like, I read this verse over and over and over, and it never clicked until now. That's how this key is going to help you understand the rest of the scripture. Because now
Right.
we're going to be finding, I just read Psalms 104, and I'm like, the calendar. Oh my gosh. Wow. You're going to be reading things that are like, how did I
Yeah.
not see them? Yeah. Yeah. That's how it's been.
confirmation. Yeah, confirmation after confirmation starts happening. And it's like, wow. And then, especially when we come together and we're all discussing these things, and, coming together as Yachad, as a group, he shows each and every one of us different things because we're a different member of one body. So we all have our talents. And this is why coming together is crucial as well.
Right. Well, I was telling my mom this morning that, I'm still struggling with, how I could possibly maneuver, the next couple years with this change. I'll literally have to change my job and have to figure some things out. But when you think about, I've seen some comments of people saying that, there's no way that Yah would allow the Sabbath to be hidden. That actually is not true. That's in the 66 books because his people were starting to profane his Sabbath by mixing in pagan stuff on his day. I mean, he was like, I've told you guys not to do that. You're profaning my days. And he said that, since they refused to let go of that stuff, that he was going to leave them up to the reprobate mind. And then so these nations come in and they take them away, and then they start following their calendar. So of course they're going to start losing the jubilees and the Sabbaths and the feasts because they're not, they were caused to forget it because they weren't keeping it correctly. They were profaning it.
Exactly. They make an unholy day a clean day.
Right.
And that's exactly what it is.
Right. And I told my mom, here we are, however many thousands of years later, why would he all of a sudden just give us, oh, it's been here all along, but, we're more mixed than we ever have been. And we've got more paganism and more, worldly stuff than ever before. And we don't realize how integrated we are because, we have that universal name Christian, and yet we're just like the nations. We're no different. So why wouldn't we have to look harder for the true day to meet him on?
And that goes with, it's the honor of kings to search out the truth. And Yahuwah knows our hearts. And if we're truly searching out truth, he's going to show us these things. And
well, he also does say, ask, seek, knock, and the door will be opened. He's not going to give us a stone when we ask for bread, right? I mean, there's scriptures all over saying all you have to do is seek. That's it.
Right.
Because a lot of people want to say, well, we can't know the calendar until Messiah comes back.
Right.
Think about
I used to
that.
be one of those people. I used to be one of those people because I didn't think it was possible. But if he does expect us to meet him at his appointed times, I mean, that would be his calendar.
Yeah, and like it's like Katrina was saying, it's because Saturday, it's literally named after Saturn. We got Saturnalia. Saturn represents Satan. The Jews are the ones following Satan because of their Babylonian Talmud, all these things. Satan doesn't want us to stop observing his day and follow Yahuwah's. So that's why he's making this Saturday Sabbath like this golden calf, so to say. And I've been on many groups, the Yachad Calendar groups, and it's always the same circle conversation where, well, is it the equilux? Is it the equinox? How do we intercalate? When do we intercalate? And it was all based off keeping it lined up with the Saturday Sabbath. Because, we can't break the 7-day cycle. Which, yeah, absolutely, that's true. But when you realize there's this divider day that happens every single year, which is going to reset creation week, then reset the count of the weekly days, the 7 days. It's not it's not breaking that cycle at all. It's resetting it every single year, just how YAHUAH commands. And it flows together perfectly. It matches the 364-day count. And it's just these. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I have a technicality problem. It's like, I don't know if I'm going to be able to explain it. Is the equinox the first day of the month, or it counts after the equinox, starts counting right after, like on the 5th day of the biblical week, like 5, 6, 7, it's 1, 2, 3. Because if we start counting on the equinox by the 7, it's if equinox is 1, yeah.
Yeah,
You understand what I mean? So the technicality I have a problem with it because of Enoch says 30, 30, 31. Yeah, so I was thinking if equinox is day 1, that means I only have 2, 3. I only have 2 days after that till the Sabbath, which doesn't, I mean, if I have to get the menorah, it doesn't fit the Sabbath like that, because I have actually after equinox, I have 3 more days, not 2 more until I hit the Sabbath. If I take equinox like being day 1, you understand what I'm saying? So if I get, and also I take these days like the days out of time, like the intercalary days, equinox, solstices, they are like, it can be the head of the month, but it's not counted in the month. That's how I understand. Like the counting of the month starts after that. And it makes sense in your picture with the pillars that in this case, it cannot be the first day of the month and the pillar. The first day of the month has to start after that. And it is a pillar in the beginning, but it's not the first day of the month. Do you understand what I'm saying? I don't know if I'm making sense. Because other than that would be 31, 30, 30. If it would be count in the beginning of the month, in the counting of the month, like the first day after that, and the next day will be the second, the third. I'm not sure
Right.
I make sense. I make sense, it's just, it's like.
No worries. I think I think I understand your question. So the equinox, which is going to be marker of day 4, because that's when the sun, moon, and stars were created.
Yeah.
This is going to be the head of the months on that day. So how do we know this? Well, we can go to the Dead Sea Scrolls right here where they lay it out for us.
Oh, okay. So when you say the head of the month, you say it's number 1 of the month, or is the day out of the 360 days? Like we don't count the one, because if you count it in 360 days, we just have a switch of the clock a little bit, because just like the clock ends on 12 on top, and it starts counting after that, I'm assuming like the equinox, it's actually I don't know how to call it. We count it in the pillar, but it's not counting the month. When you start counting the month, it's right after that, 1, 2, 3, 4 until the 30th. Because, I mean, if I put it on the menorah, it doesn't make sense. On the 4th day, after the 4th day, I have 5th, 6th, 7th. I have 3 more days after that until the Sabbath.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So I'm thinking the counting starts after 1, 2, 3. I don't count the 4th day. If you count the 4th day, you have 4 more days. You understand what I'm saying?
No, I get what you're saying. So
I know. I'm sorry. I don't want to confuse you, but I'm the one that's kind of like, I keep moving around on the drawing it, and it just doesn't fit. Anyway,
yeah, so
I'm sorry.
No worries. So here, we can walk it out right here. I'll explain it the best way I can, and if anyone has or anything else to add as well, feel free. So right here, we're going to go into 4Q324D. So this is in the Dead Sea Scrolls. It's found. This is going to be column 1, and it's going to tell us, because, these verses are missing. It's only going to have these, but it's going to tell us the beginning of the first month is on weekday 4. And they're calling that the Tekufa. The Tekufa is the equinox. That's going to be the straight line shadow, the straight line sunbeam. So what they're saying, this equinox that's going to happen, or Tekufa as they call it, is happening on weekday 4, the same as the day 1, month 1 is beginning.
Okay, can we stop a little bit there? Is this is a day reckoning in the number of the year, but it's not reckoning in the number of months. That's what I understand from the Gardenia. That means I'm not counting it as a day 1. I'm counting it as a pillar. That's where the numbers, or after that the number starts. No, that's what I understand. But
I see what you're saying. So
okay.
So the seasonal intercalary day is going to happen on day 3. So the 31st day of the previous month is going to be day 3. And day 4, this is when the equinox is going to happen. So spring. So this is month 1, beginning of the year. So the 31st day of the 12th month is going to land before this. So that's the one of the 4 seasonal intercalary days. And that's going to be day 3.
So which one do you call the intercalary? The day before the equinox, or the days of equinox and solstices? Which one is the intercalary? Because if it's the day before that, that means it's not the Tekufa.
No, so the intercalary day is just the 31st day of every 3rd month. The 30, 30,
which
31.
Which is a regular day.
Yeah, it's a regular day. It's not counted in a monthly counting of times, but it's labeled as the 31st day to show its placement where it should go. So when we do that, so that 31st here, let me actually pull it up.
Then the Sabbath is the 4th day after that, because it cannot be the 3rd day. If you count 4 as number 1, it's an overlap. That's what I'm trying to say. Mathematically speaking, doesn't fit. If you count 4 days as 1, 5 days as 2, 6 days as 3, and 7 days as 4. That's what I'm trying to say. It doesn't fit. It cannot be. You understand what I'm saying? If you put them on the paper.
And I'm trying to explain it here for you. So
sister,
so this is going to be month 1.
The year's going to overlap, just like a Jubilee year overlaps with the first year of the next cycle. It's a constant overlapping of overlapping.
I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about that. It's a different conversation.
You're saying like in Enoch 75 where it says not to count the 4 days. Right? No. It's just, give me a second. Jerry, can you tell me what you wanted to say? Yeah, it's just, this has been going in my head for so long, so I just want to hear you now. Yeah.
Okay, so so we're going to see, this is month 1. So month 1 on the Yachad calendar. This is going to be creation week. So this is day 1, day 2, day through 7.
Okay, so day 4 is the equinox. Okay, you count that as number 1?
Yes.
If I just stay there. If I count that as number 1, day 4 is number 1. Day 5 is number 2. Yeah,
sister, I know what you're saying. You're trying to say, oh well, we have to count it afterwards because of Enoch. Well, that we've showed what Enoch is saying. He's talking about the day at a time.
I'm not even talking about Enoch. Let's get Enoch out of just a simple calculation. Day 4 is number 1. Day 5 is number 2. Day 6 is number 3. Day 7 is number 4. That means
of the month.
Wait, yeah, okay. Stay there. I know, because I've been looking on Katrina, and she would say like day 3 after that is the Sabbath. But here, because this was like I was putting on the paper, it's not going to be day 3, it's going to be day 4, the Sabbath. You understand what I'm saying? It's just a technicality. I don't know. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. It's just based on what I was seeing on the paper, it cannot be day 3, the Sabbath. After that is day 4.
So check this out.
If we start with
can you see what's on screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so this is month 1. So the previous month is going to be month 12. This
Yeah.
extra intercalary day right here is going to be the 31st day of month 12. So it's going to be one of the 4 seasonal intercalary days. This is going to fall on day 3.
Okay.
While
Yeah, it's fine with me, that one. Yeah.
So day 4 is going to be when the sun, moon, and stars were created. This is when the equinox is going to fall on. So this is going to be the marker for day 4. And then you count 1, 2, 3 days after that. You'll see we fall on day 7, which is going to be the Shabbat. So this is going to line up exactly.
But you
with
see,
what
you start counting after that. You start counting in day 5, 1, 2, 3.
So I think
You
the
don't,
confusion is you're trying to line up the days of the week with the days of the month. They're 2
no,
different days. So
no,
the
I'm
days of
not.
the week.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not. I'm just counting it like if I get a menorah, yeah, and the candlestick in the middle is day 1 until I get to the Sabbath. Sabbath is the 4th day after that. If I start counting day 4 as day 1, it's not going to be the 3rd day. It's going to be the 4th day. I'm not sure if anybody understands what I'm
Well,
saying.
yeah, that's what I have on screen. So yes, it's day 4 of the month.
Okay, good. Because I saw it on the paper in your guys. I don't even remember which one. If it was on Katerina's, it was saying that day 3 after that it's Sabbath. It's just for me
Yeah.
to clarify if it's a mistake or it's like I'm going crazy here. If it's day 4, the Sabbath.
So it's simple math. So 4 plus 3 equals 7. So if we're counting
It's not, yeah, that happened when you count after day 4, not when you count day 4 as number 1. I mean, obviously, it's simple math. It's just
so day 4 is going to be day 1 of month 1.
Okay, so then
So if we count,
number 7 is day 4. It's not going to be day 3. You understand?
Yeah, I think I see where the problem is.
It cannot be. If you count number 4 as day 1, the Sabbath is coming on the day 4.
So,
I'm not sure if I can make sense. But look at that. Yeah,
here,
day 4 is
please,
1.
let me explain. Let me explain real quick.
Okay.
So day 4 is day 1 of the month, head of the month.
Mm-hmm.
So not counting this. So the next day, which is going to be day 1 of the 3-day count, is going to be day 2 of the month. So 4 plus 3 is 7. So look, we're not counting this in this 3-day count of it. So
But
this next day is going to be 1, 2, 3.
But then you don't start on day 1 counting the number 1.
We do for the monthly count. So we're not counting it. Here, we're going to go here. We're going to show through the Dead Sea Scrolls once again.
Okay, so what you're saying is counting starts after that. You start number 1 after the equinox.
Can anybody else jump in and help me out here?
So I was just going to say that I think Adrienne had a little video where she lines up. It was like so elementary. Like she lined up the two, how do I want to say, like the 7 days of the week that we know. But then she moved the paper back and forth.
Yeah, she actually starts the counting after. She doesn't start the counting on the day 4. I've seen that video, and I think this is a confusion that it's such a small technicality that most people lose track of it. If you start day 4 counting as number 1, day 5 is number 2, day 6 is number 3, day 7, which is Shabbat, is number 4. Not number 3. It's never going to be number 3 unless you start counting after the equinox. Counting 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm saying.
So you're getting confused in the day of the month when the days of the month are beginning, and then a 3-day count later from that. So we're not saying.
Actually, you got me. You got me. That's my question.
So we're not saying this 3-day count is the month day count of the year. it's 3 days later from day 4, we're going to get day 7. We're not saying it's the 3rd day of the month or anything. That's not what we're saying at all. So day
I
4,
got you now.
which
Okay.
is day 1 of the month, is the marker.
Perfect. Oh, perfect. That's it.
So
That's
All right.
it. You
All right.
clarify it for me. That's it. That's it. That's all I needed. So,
can I
okay,
add
Okay.
something?
equinox is not day 1 of that counting in the month. The counting in the month starts from day 4. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah,
4, 5.
exactly.
Until 10.
Yeah,
Thank
exactly.
you. So, okay, got it. Got you
Yeah,
clarified. Okay.
this is kind
Yeah.
of what helped me to understand. So in Jubilees, it mentions that the sun goes through the 4th great gate. That is going to be the first day of the first month in the beginning of the year. That's going to be like the head of the year. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's what helped me understand it is so though it's the 4th day of creation, it is the first day of the first beginning of the year. So you're still going to be counting. It's the 4th day, but it's the first day of the month. And it's not going to be like you're still going to have Sabbath 3 days after that. Right? Or did I just confuse it more?
No, yeah. That's it.
Okay. That's kind of what helped me understand is, that it goes through the 4th great gate. It's the 4th day of creation, but it's the head of the year. It's when you start your year.
Yeah. Exactly. So it's the creation week, it's replaying. So the sun, moon, and stars were created day 4. That's going to be day 1, month 1. 3 days later after that is going to be day 7, which is day 4 of the month, but it's going to be the Sabbath. Yeah. Which is, what it matches up with what the sons of Zadok have here, right? In the 4Q324D, it's going to lay out everything for the entire year, all 12 months. And you can see, the beginning of the first month is weekday 4. The Tekufa, which is what they're calling the equinox, that's when it's going to be seen. And then, the same thing goes to column 2. Same thing, but it's describing, the 2nd, 3rd months. Keep scrolling down. This all lines up to the same layout everybody has, the Yachad Calendar layout. The only problem is the intercalation method. So everyone is trying to add a 7-day week into an intercalation to try and fit, a Gregorian Saturday for a Shabbat. And it's just not lining up to anything in scriptures. We don't have an example of this happening. We don't have an example of it happening in the Dead Sea Scrolls. What we do have an example of is an equinox happening on day 4 in the Dead Sea Scrolls. So we have the examples there. We have the examples that these days don't change. They're going to be the same every single year. So let me kind of show you. So like right here, which is what we kind of presented earlier, this is going to be talking about, the equinox that's going to happen because displaying itself from the east, shining on the center of the sky. This is speaking about the sun. So we have all these proofs from the sons of Zadok. We have their layout where it's describing exactly the equinox. The equilux is also described, the equilux, which is different than the equinox, because the equilux is the equal day and equal night. So that's what we go to Enoch for, and he's going to describe all these things in Enoch. So Enoch 72:32, he's describing time. So 9 parts day, or 9 parts of Enoch's timekeeping would equal 12 hours in our modern timekeeping. 9 parts night, same thing. And the night is equal to the day. So that's not an equinox, that is an equilux, actually, which is going, this is what happened, and it's going to occur in Israel every March 16th. And this is what's going to mark that divider day, the divider day of each year. And so we got right here, we have this divider day column, and then in between these two columns, so the equilux is right here and the equinox is right here. It's going to mark days 1, 2, and 3 of creation week. These are the days that the sun, moon, and stars didn't exist yet. So it's always going to mark these 3 days. Like that's our marker.
I'm sorry. That means the day after that is 364.
Yeah,
because before, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the equinox basically is the 364. It's reckoning at the end of the previous month. That's what Enoch says. This is my, if you understand what I'm saying.
So
but it also count the resetting of the year. That's maybe I don't have the language, it's just to say it.
Here's where the confusion comes in, is because we want to think, oh, just a year, a month is going to end the week, and so forth and so on. That's not the case here.
Mm-hmm.
So the week, there's a head of weeks and then a head of months, which is kind of why I want to stop using the end of the year type deal, because there's 2 signs, one for each. So the equilux, which is Enoch 72:32, the equal day and equal night, this is going to happen March 16th. This is the marker for the divider day of the year. So it's going to fall. Yeah. It's going to fall just before day 1 of creation week.
It is actually it's between 360 days. If you start counting after day 4, between 360, like which was the counting of the reckoning of the counting of the number of days in the year, and starting the biblical week. Yeah, so that's where the 365 days is Boaz. Yeah, 65.
Yeah, so this is basically day 365.
Yeah. Yes,
and then
exactly.
We get creation week.
Yeah.
Creation week restarts here.
Yeah.
So then after the equilux, which is Enoch 72:32, the equal day, equal night, then we begin creation week. So day 1 of the week, day 2 of the week, day 3 of the week, day 4 of the week, equinox, which is going to mark exactly when the sun, moon, and stars were created, which is going to mark the first day of the month, head of the months.
Whoever created this genius thing, I mean, honestly, it's just the pillars that are between the 360 and 364, or the beginning of the year. It's just
it's literally just marking these day 1, 2, and 3 of the week before the sun, moon, and stars was created. So that's why they're on each side of it. And then when we get to March 20th, which is going to be the straight line shadow or the straight sunbeam shadow, this is going to match all the verses that mark up to say, oh, hey, start this, Exodus 40, 1-2, the first day of the first month. Why? Because this is when the equinox is happening, the straight line shadow, or let me scroll down a bit here. This right here.
Yeah.
Straight beam of light that goes in between the two pillars through the doorway and shines directly on the Holy of Holies, which is going to light everything up on the inside. And this is what Ezekiel is talking about in 43 when he says the glory of Yahuwah is shown through from the east. That's exactly what he's mentioning. So where is it at here? Ezekiel 43, and this is verses 1 through 5, but right here in 4, it's going to say, and the esteem of Yahuwah came into the house by way of the gate facing east. So the esteem is that beam of that sunlight coming directly in and just lighting everything up. So like if you have a window open and the sun's going to shine directly through that window or the door, it's going to light up your entire room until whatever wall it's going to hit, and then it's just going to light up everything. And that's the same thing going on here.
Yeah. And I don't know who mentioned like that the tabernacle has like 360 inside, you know. That's such a beautiful. I saw in your post or Katrina post, one of you guys, it's just like, it's just beautiful, you know, because it's perfectly divided into the 12 tribes, you know, indoor, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we're trying to like show people through scriptures here. And we're saying, hey, you know, look, this is lining up with literally everything we're finding. And it's lining up with the 364 days. It's lining up with, you know, the tabernacle and the temples facing east. It lines up with all of this. It lines up with Enoch. It lines up with Jubilees. And I get it. It's tough to give up the Saturday Sabbath because, you know, we want that thinking of it.
Actually,
it's always
it's
the
not,
7
you know, it's just, I don't know, people just stick, they want to stick to the, I guess, the level of comfort they have got to, because this is a constant digging. I mean, I've been through a lot of calendars and it's just, I mean, and they made sense for a time, you know, and it was a season that, you know, okay, this makes sense until questions start to rise up, you know. So, and after that, it's just, what is this? It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. And even with the intercalary of a 7-day, that doesn't work. People just do a basic calculation, but they don't keep going from there. Yeah, every 6 days, you have to intercalate 7 a week. But after that, if you put it on the paper, then the next cycle will not fit because you have a jump. You have 2 leap years that switch you to 8 days, you know. So you jump from either 6 if you take 1 year less because the leap year is the last one, or you jump to 8 days. So you don't have a calculation where you can add up to 7 days. It's just, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, anyway. It wouldn't work. It's just like, but because it works now in the season we are with the Sabbath fitting the Saturdays and like that, and people just discover that everything needs fit the way they, you know, they hoped with the moon, you know, in the perfect seasons, and with it's just, we just think this is it, you know, but it has to work all the time. And it's true that we don't have to take in consideration all these lies and the, you know, the calendar. I mean, everybody knows that the 10 days introduction. I mean, even with that 10 days introduction, how will that just fit with the Sabbath doing Saturday? I don't even know if it doesn't fit. They didn't introduce 7 days, they introduced 10 days. Yeah. So they switched everything. So, I mean, it should have been easy for all of us, but we don't think about it. It's the season we are right now for the Lord just to want to reveal more. And who knows, you know, in the 6 months, we might find out something new, you know, that makes even more sense. I don't know. But true, you know, the Gregorian calendar shouldn't be the measure for this. And I agree, you know, when you guys discover this, just like, yeah, it's like a light bulb that just turned on, you know.
Yeah, precisely. And same for me, because when you realize Yahuwah puts a divider in between everything, like there's a divider
Yeah.
for the days, that's night. There's a divider for the years, and that's the divider day, and it's just resetting everything for
Yeah.
this next year's cycle. And it's kind of like the example I was given last time. So I'm a mechanic, I work with tools. So if I'm using a certain tool on a certain vehicle, if I try to take that same tool and use it on a different vehicle, it's not going to work. We're going to need a different tool. And it's the same thing. So if we say the tool is a week and the vehicle is a year, we can't use that same week or tool on that same vehicle because that's the previous year's tool. So it has this, it's the reset day, basically. And it's resetting what's written right there in Genesis. And it's that void, that darkness that existed before the light being created, which is the marker for day one. So it's creation week literally resetting each year, and it's causing that it divides the year. So the years just aren't running on through like constantly, like it appears to be on the Gregorian. There's a divide in everything, there's darkness from light. That's the main division. So darkness from light divides the day. Darkness from light, it's going to divide the year. Darkness from light, it's going to divide those who are following Satan versus those who are following Yahuwah. It's just this consistent division that is spoken out all throughout scriptures,
Choose this day who you will serve.
Yeah.
And he literally says, come out of her, my people.
Exactly. And I think that's why people are just getting so
Angry.
nasty with, they're getting so
Oh,
angry,
man.
is because
It's really sad.
Yeah,
Yeah, I read that post from the Zadok Calendar Finder, or people, and it was heartbreaking. It was just heartbreaking to read. They have to search it out. Go ahead.
No, I was just agreeing because that's how I know we're on the correct path. It's when that persecution comes in, and the only way other people can dismiss it because it's not fitting what they think should be correct is by basically committing Lashon Hara, which is, unclean speech.
Mm.
So the only way they can try to discredit it is by saying, oh, these people are nasty, these people are condemning, these people are this and that and another thing. And he's saying all this and with no evidence whatsoever to back up what he says.
And the thing that makes it difficult is when you are chatting online, you don't see the facial expression, you don't hear the tone of voice, so you can also misread what they are saying.
Exactly. Yeah, we were actually just discussing that last night. Yeah, it's because there's not an emotional aspect involved through texts or messages or comments.
Right.
This is sometimes why emojis can be a little helpful, but it still doesn't convey
right.
Someone can't hear the emotion in your voice, or
the facial expression.
You might type something you're saying something and type, and you just have passion, but it comes out as hard or rude, and that's not really that's not really what's trying to be conveyed. And I think that's a lot of the confusion social media has,
But the memes I shared with the Babylon, the Saturday, is pretty much the golden calf, right? That's that.
Yeah, that rubbed people the wrong way.
But hopefully it caused them to. Well, see, their emotion was something that triggered in them this
pride.
Yeah, their own pride, and Like
Right.
that, it's almost like that demonic oppression that holds them, there. And so when you feel like, oh wow, this is offending to me, it's
It's always a heart
we said
issue
it
when we
last
get
week.
offended.
We
It's
have
usually
to,
a heart issue.
yes, heart
Yep,
check right there. And
exactly.
not a lot of people have the capacity to do that. And that's when all the insults come in and it's when the debate is lost, people just use insults, right?
Well,
That's just because they
oh
can't
yeah.
do anything else.
Yeah.
And there's a Bible verse that my mom quotes a lot, and it always sticks with me, especially when I get offended and I know I have to check myself. Because I'll be the first one to say I really did not like, and I didn't even want to listen to the fact that Sabbath could potentially be floating on the Gregorian, because I literally will have to figure something else out. But yet, I just kept having these thoughts run through my head that, like, if it's possible for them to lie on where we actually live, why wouldn't it be possible for them to lie on, how the week is? And so, the scripture of perfect are they that love his law, and nothing shall offend them. If we love his law perfectly and we accept everything he says with wholeheartedness, nothing will offend us.
You
So
know, about loving the law and loving truth. I saw that the thread y'all are talking about, and they kept emphasizing bad fruit. But I made a comment to one of the people in there. I says, well, the bad fruit I see is the people bashing them. And that's bad fruit. And, when Yahushua was talking about the synagogue of Satan and he was talking about their bad fruit, what was he talking about? He was talking about the false doctrines and the man-made laws that they were teaching people. That they were teaching people not according to Scripture. And he said you would know that they're false by their fruit that they teach, basically. And one thing that kind of just made me a few months ago with the Yachad calendar, not that I didn't think it was correct, but I thought, why are there different solar calendars? They all have similarities, but there's different dates coming up. So there's still a problem. And so there's still a problem that we need to figure out. Of course, I had no clue where to even start with that one. It just that different people on this Zodiac, the solar or the Yachad calendar, had different dates from each other. So even though we were getting close, we still weren't there yet. And so, I noticed somebody was commenting that you have to constantly be asking questions and have curiosity. How do we know we're in deception if we're not asking the questions? If we're not asking questions or constantly searching, then it's easier to fall into deception.
That's right.
Right. It's when the blind compliance is what is normalized in every aspect of our lives here.
Yeah.
Compliance
And,
without
Unfortunately, it's
question.
true.
and not everybody has the same sense of urgency. I mean, some of them, they're in their season of calm right now. They got to where they needed to be. So maybe in half a year they start questioning it, because this is the first time I hear this calendar brought by the Holy Spirit. So it's a new thing. It's very normal to receive rejection for a little bit, or like until it's gonna be taught or like stand online for a while, and people will start looking into it. Even those that at this point they just don't want to make the effort, which is not such a great effort, but that's the first thing probably they think. Another thing to look into. I barely just figured it out the last one, So it's not a comfortable thing, but I think it will happen, and more people are just gonna, be willing to take 5-10 minutes. I mean, literally, you don't need more than this, and just the desire to, recognize that you might have been wrong,
Yeah, exactly.
That's it. So, and I think it's gonna happen. More people are just gonna start realizing that they don't have to depend on the Gregorian. It's
Yeah,
that picture with the names of the Sabbath days has been perpetrated about by all of us, and we stand it. Okay, Sabbath is Sabbaton, Sumbato, whatever, in every language.
yeah, yeah,
But
Yeah.
we never thought about it that might just be the number 7 that was imported and might not have anything to do with the rest day, the meaning from the Hebrew. So
yeah,
they just take the name. Okay, the 7th day, it's this one. So we just take the name of 7, that it doesn't have any connection with the rest of the Lord. So it's just like we import all kind of words from different languages, but that doesn't mean it means the same thing.
Yeah.
So it's and we all went through that. So we were convinced, oh, Sabbath is Saturday, is the same. So I mean,
Yeah.
so yeah.
I used to
yeah,
wonder
yeah.
what if the Saturday that we are all accustomed to isn't the real 7th day, but of course I didn't know where to go with that either. And
You
when
don't
I
want to be the icebreaker, so everybody goes against you.
well, when somebody a few months ago first started telling me that the Gregorian Saturday isn't necessarily the Sabbath, that it moves, and I said, well, we can't have a floating Sabbath. He said, no, Yah's Sabbath is set. He said, what's floating is a Gregorian calendar, and I'm like, oh, well, there's a point to that. But it took me a while. It finally clicked when I saw Adrienne's schematic. That was good, Adrienne. That schematic helped explain it. Of course, then when I shared that with other people, I really got slammed. Oh, it gets discouraging, but the time is short. Like Katrina said, there's not a lot of time left. There's a lot of urgency. And my brother called me today and he was talking about Trump this and Trump that and how great it was. And I said, I'm glad Kamala didn't get in because it would have been a swift demise. I mean, like immediate. I said, at least with Trump, we have a little bit more time before before the big demise. I says, but don't be fooled. I said, he's already stacking his cabinet with fake Jews. And I said, what does that tell you? My brother understands who they are. And he says, well, I never thought of it that way. I says, yeah, I says, I'm glad Trump won because that gives us a little bit more time. I said, but he's not going to be rescuing America. He's not going to be saving us. I says,
Yeah,
we need to be
exactly.
ready. We need to be ready. It's only given us a little more time is the reason why I'm glad, we just have a little more time to help a few more people get in and to spread more news and to spread more truth.
Yeah, exactly.
And we have to take advantage of that extra time. I mean, I don't think it's a lot of extra time, but even a few months or another year or two would be, I'd be grateful for.
Yeah,
Just enough time though for Yah's, people to really start waking up though.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Because they will. I mean, Trump, he's got a lot of people fooled, and I mean, even had me fooled in the beginning of 2020, or no, in about 2018 is when I really started liking him. But then, when everything else happened in 2020, I was like, ugh. And so, they're going to be, I believe, the ones that need to be waking up right now. They're just going to be, they're going to have to learn a lot quicker even than we are now.
yeah. I believe that's happening just because so many newcomers, they already have like a lot of information that everybody has presented over the years. So when they're reading and they're studying things, they can go and search out like, oh, hey, what's this about? And then there's definitely going to be somebody who has presented something about it. And it's going to be like the truth, versus back in like 2018, 2017, when I first started seeing truth, there was hardly anything out about it. And it's like, wait, who else is even following this? Is this true? But no, it is true. And it's like that snowball effect, Once that ball starts rolling, it just gets bigger and bigger and bigger as it goes down the hill. And it's going to take everybody with it. And that's because, it's Yahuwah's truth.
You know, real truth seekers, you know, along the years, we will have gotten a lot of truth, but there still was and still is a lot of missing pieces. But those that are seeking truth, those pieces will start being found and placed and put in place. And I think that is what's happening. You know, they said, oh, well, you know, a few months ago, they thought they were right with this. Well, you know, we're always learning something new, and more pieces of the puzzle are coming. And so, but those that are not truly seeking truth, that are not risking everything for truth, they won't even see that what we're learning today are pieces of the puzzle that have been missing. They will just see it as a whole new doctrine and heresy and mysticism and, you know, what else that they can come up with. So
Yeah, they're already saying that. So.
Yeah, I saw that. So we need to pray for our brothers and sisters that they develop a heart for truth, and that a yearning in them starts growing for truth, so that they can see that new things aren't heresy. New things might just be pieces of the puzzle that we've been missing. If we've been raised in a season of lies and deception, we can't believe anything we were originally taught. So anything new we learn is going to be quite startling.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, they loved not their lives unto death.
Yeah, so.
And that's another good point, actually, Sister Jermaine, who typed it in chat. You know, they got everybody fearing death, like, which is also why, you know, they're pushing the whole Neuralink. Oh, it's going to make you live longer. It's going to cure whatever ailments you have. It's because they have everybody fearing death. But when you think about it, death is just the release of us living in this sinful world.
Exactly.
We're
in our promotion, basically, that only thing we should fear is the second death.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, so when we die, like, just like Enoch says, there's chambers in Sheol for us when we die, and we're all going to be held there until the great day of judgment. So it's not like, you know, death is going to be the end of our lives, especially if we're choosing to follow Yahuwah's way, because we're going to have life after that. But if we're just blatantly spitting in his face and ignoring things and just being rebellious, you know, like Satan, if we're wanting to follow Satan over Yahuwah, then, you know, we're not going to have that chance at life, which is, you know, being tossed into the lake of fire. And I'm not saying that to say, oh, if you don't follow this, you're going to get tossed in the lake of fire. I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying this is the choice of, like, us overall in general. Like, who are we choosing to follow? So one leads to the door of life. The other leads to the lake of fire. And that's literally scriptures in a nutshell.
You know?
Yeah, persecution will be to those who will not be on the Gregorian calendar, and they will hate us. Yeah, I agree, Sister Jermaine. And Michael Casey, he posted in here, Hebrews 2:4 and 15. Since the children have shared in flesh and blood, he also himself, in like manner, partook of the same, that through death he might bring to nothing him who had the power of death, that is the devil, and might deliver all of them who through the fear of death were all in their lifetime subjects to bondage. And that's it. Yeah, so if we're fearing death, we're like right here, like the brother pointed out in Hebrews 2, if we're fearing death over Yahuwah, then we're in bondage. That's well said, honestly. Yeah, Ken, the salt, we need to flavor others' light and don't hide ourselves.
Right. And if we're fearing like making money, like a couple people said, oh, well, I'm going to have to switch my jobs. Well, you're going to have to take that step, and then you don't think Yahoo is going to provide? No, he said he's going to protect us.
Oh,
We just have
right.
to, right? We're going to take
Yeah.
those steps in the right direction, and he is going to catch us every single time we fall. Blessings. Deuteronomy 28. Blessings and protection when we keep his commands. And especially when we're trying to live our life according to his feasts, he's going to make it even better, right? He's going to make the situation 100 times better because you're taking the steps of keeping that command of getting out of Babylon. And like we said in the first conversation, it's going to be those jobs that are engulfed in the system, right? So education is part of the beast system. So you can't be a teacher and do this calendar, right? You can't be like a medical professional and try to keep this calendar. So he's not only taking you out of Babylon with this calendar, but he's going to be taking you out of your worldly jobs. And, we're all going to be transitioning soon, and we're just going to have to rely on him. We have to understand that there's going to be certain Red Sea moments where we think, oh my goodness, how am I going to do it? But then ultimately just lean on him,
And
and
that's
he's going to help.
yeah, and that's exactly what went through my mind, when I started kind of being like, oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to change everything, was what if I'm literally in the way of myself getting, I don't, I've been thinking about changing jobs anyways because it's just not working for me anymore. And yet, sometimes we can be our own worst stumbling block. And so what if I'm literally blocking blessings that Yahuwah could possibly be giving me by just being stubborn and stiff-necked and not just
There it
letting him
is.
take the lead like he's supposed to be?
So you're already seeing that. You're already getting a push. Now this is
Oh,
just going
yeah.
to be an extra push. It's just, I love how he works. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, we're all going to be faced in these moments, and it's just
Yeah.
going to be like, well, he wants what's best for us, and he has something waiting for us. We just have to show him that we trust him, because
Yeah.
all of this is a test.
Right.
We might have, our husbands or wives might not be on board with this. Well, we have to pray and intercede, and he is the one that's going to make the changes in them, right?
Oh, right. Yeah.
It's just that those Red Sea moments that he's trying to show us that what he can do. Like, I'm sure we've all had so many miracles done in our lives thus far that showed that he was with us. I know I went around a curve one time, and my car, it was a snowy day. I went around a curve, and I think literally flown. My car flew. There was no track marks for like a very far distance. And the police people that got there said, this is impossible. There's no track marks. You mean you went around that corner all the way over there, and you flew all the way over to here? And they couldn't explain it. And this is when I was an atheist. And to be honest with you, I was drunk as a skunk at this time. And it wasn't far too long where he actually, brought me out of that and changed my life. But, he showed me that miracle. Hey, look what I could do even when I was there,
Yeah.
and we can't prevent his glory, his manifestation. We prevent it if we don't take the steps sometimes as well. So
Right.
we want to see those miracles. I always talk about my friends, a woman and her husband. They were Christian, and all of a sudden he went into Freemasonry and was doing the sacrificial blood baths. The whole gamut. It was crazy. And she just stood by his side, prayed, intervened on his behalf. And it took years and years and years of this. But through that prayer, and through her faithfulness and just being there for her covenant spouse, he opened both of their eyes and they came out of it. And they came out of the Christianity and they came into Torah. So, whenever we think that he can't do something, he's going to show you and he's going to prove it. Just let him do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it goes along with, the Red Sea moment as well. And, Israel coming out of Egypt. So they knew they had to get out of Egypt, but they didn't know what was going to happen or how or exactly what. So the day they were leaving, all the Egyptians were giving them all their gold, their silver, their cattle, their flocks. They gave them everything they needed to survive in the wilderness, literally on the day of leaving. And then the same thing with the Red Sea. They come up to the Red Sea and they're like, oh no, what are we going to do? This is a dead end. Well, up until that moment, they had no idea. And then YAHUAH provided the way. He parted the sea. Boom, right there. There's your way. Like, trust in me. I got this, is what he's saying, basically. And I think it's important to take that into consideration for all of our lives, because we don't have much time left. Like, no one knows exactly how long, but we can all agree that something's coming really soon. And days are very short. So there is a lot of people like, oh, hey, what should we do? What are we going to do? How should we do it? Well, let's just keep praying to YAHUAH. And maybe the day these things happen, just before it, whatever it may be, he's going to reveal exactly what to do, where to go, how to do it. We just got to be ready to follow him and what he says.
Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Yeah. Brother, you did a terrific job today. Jeremy, awesome job explaining humbly and without force and without pride.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We have Messiah as our example, and we shouldn't be bashing and trashing and calling names like all the others are. Like, if they want to do that, that's on them. Like, we just gotta explain, keep showing them through scriptures. If they don't see it yet, they don't want to see it yet. Or maybe it's somebody just learning and they're like, that sounds good, but then they put it kind of on a shelf. But then it comes up later because of the confirmations that happen. Like, that's how YAHUAH works with me. It's all about confirmation. Like, you hear about something.
Our job is to drop the seed.
Yeah, and we might not see it get watered, but that doesn't mean it hasn't taken root.
Exactly. He does the watering. He fills them with his ruach, whom he desires, because he sees who truly desires him. He checks the heart. And so if the people that are not getting it, then there's just a stumbling block that he has to work with them on. He has to bring them through their own tribulation and make them see it on his time. So, but we also have to remember, just with our conversations on Facebook, that we might not actually be always talking to the person that we're talking with, right? There's other people watching. And so, my advice is always to just drop those seeds, just answer the questions. And that person might not be able to pick it up, but guess what? That seed is still there and someone else could come around and snatch it, which is what we want, So, fruit check.
Unless somebody's erasing the comments. It happened.
What was that?
I said, unless somebody's erasing the comments. It happens. Yeah. We have many brothers with their answers erased.
Yeah.
That's the part. But anyway, hopefully people see them before they're erased,
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
Well, I do. I will erase certain comments that I just feel, people are just getting way out of line.
I'm not talking about the rude comments that obviously they have no place there. I'm just talking about the ones that give, reasonable explanations that are getting erased. I mean, I've been looking through so many comments that was going back and looking for them. They're not there anymore in
Yeah,
various pages.
West
In
Blaze
various,
just,
not
yeah,
only him, there are various pages that are doing that. And I'm wondering why in the world anybody would do that when we all learn through this type of exchange, if
yeah,
somebody's is not okay with it, it's just going to pass by, but if there's
yeah,
something to learn.
West Blaze just blocked me again for sharing the truth on one of his
Oh,
comment section and
did
trying to
he
help
block
other
you?
people. Yeah, he blocked me before
And,
last year for the day when a day starts, and then he unfriends like on Day of Atonement. He releases everybody, and then
oh,
and then he just blocked me again. So you'll have it. You'll have it. They just don't
it's
want to hear it.
okay.
Yeah.
He's younger and he's building his confidence, I guess. He doesn't want anybody against him right now.
Yeah, but honestly, it's on him. I dropped the
Yeah.
truth. That's going to be on him. And Yah's looking at everybody and checking all of us out, and him erasing stuff and blocking people.
I know.
We just got to pray for him because he does have a good platform, but we have to remember that these platforms have some wolves in them, right? We have to recognize that the enemy is not just hanging around with the Christians, right? Or they're not just hanging out with the Jews. They're implanting them in our movement too, which is why, I'm kind of skeptic in that Zadok calendar group, because the creator will not give his information out. So we don't know who this guy is. And he refuses to give his information, which is kind of fishy. So even
Who
like
are you talking about? Which
there's a Zadok Calendar friend finder on Facebook group. That's the group that actually shared that post I put in the group that was just bashing.
Okay.
Yeah.
You put it in the chat now, yeah?
Yeah. So that
Oh,
guy
okay.
is like gathering like all these people together, and we don't know who he is. I don't know who he is. So we just have to realize that there's going to be wolves in our movement just as much, and they're going to say so much truth, but then also mix it with lies that will prevent us from going to the next level, right? Just recognize it as this is what it is.
Well, and we're also very prevalent in a time where, AI chat GBT is very prevalent on every social media platform too. So they have like essentially, AI that speaks as if they're a real person that comments on everything.
Yeah,
As long as you don't put a face to somebody, it's really hard to know.
it's these bots. And I think that goes along with, what Katrina was saying too, is we don't know who we're talking to on these social medias. So
Yeah.
not only in the aspect she was speaking of, where, anybody can just scroll and read what's being said, but in the aspect of who are we actually really speaking to? Is there a person on the other side of this? Is there two or three or four on the other side of this? Like, is it just some AI bot that's just randomly generating answers? And so that's why it's important to also just keep showing the fruits. So like if they're gonna mock and scoff and call names and all these things, we still have to show that the fruits. And just sometimes we just gotta take that punch to the chin, even though like it's a trigger or something for us, just you just gotta kind of take it and just be like, hey, look, let's walk this out. Let's walk through this gently. Let's reason together through scriptures. And, if they still want to refuse after that, then, we can't just spend all our time arguing with people or what have you, that's not going to listen. So like some of these conversations are good because they help like me to actually study into it deeper, because they'll have like a question and I'm like, ooh, I haven't heard that one yet. So it'll take me a minute to find the answer. And when I find it, then I have it ready for the next person who's going to ask the same or a similar question. And that's kind of what I do. I write the notes and I put them in my head and wherever else I can, write them down. And I'll have like answers ready because it's already questions we faced before. So instead of just sitting there typing the same thing over and over again, I can just like, boom, here it is. Here's the answer right here. Like,
Yeah, like I was just thinking about like the Enoch, how he lived for 365 days, right? And I just found that like so interesting. Well, there's 364 days in the calendar, and if he lived 365, he's kind of proving out that one day at a time, that solar cycle that he lived. Because he might have lived 365.25 days, and it just shows. But then someone's like, oh, they didn't get the point. They're like, well, he was taken. And I'm like, well, all right, I'm sorry. He was taken. He died. He was taken. You missed the whole point. But, that kind of thing, like, oh, okay. Like, I always put things out there so that I can also test it, And it's good, and just as long as, you're willing to do those testings.
Well, and like you were saying, he was taken in Jubilees. It says that he was taken and put in the garden. Now, I know there's a lot of debate on where per se the garden is, but if we perceive it as potentially the garden being outside of the time domain, then it would make sense that it would say that, he was taken at 365, because that's when, I guess, his time stopped, but yet he's not dead. He's just in a different place, but not within the timekeeping domain.
wow.
I don't know, does that sound of crazy? But
you just made some connections.
Yeah.
In my head anyways.
Oh, okay. Because that's just my thinking of, everybody, well, most of Christianity assumes that he was taken up to heaven, but we know only YAHUAH was taken up to heaven. When we die, we're resting. We go to sleep, essentially, And Enoch, it says that, he's writing down all the accounts of men until the last generation. I mean, he's witnessing wherever it is he is, wherever he is, he's witnessing all of this come to pass. At least that's kind of like my assertion of that passage in Jubilees that says, that he was put in the Garden of Eden.
Yeah, and actually, you saying that's exactly God culture, that the channel, they have a video about saying that exact same thing.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's how we came to a lot of this truth, was through the God culture.
Yeah.
And that's when I got the R.H. Charles translations of the hidden books through them testing it, bought the books. So a lot of good insight.
He's got a lot of good information.
He does.
I don't agree with absolutely everything he has
Neither
to say.
do I. Neither do I.
He is kind of abrasive.
Yeah, he's definitely abrasive with the whole my channel, my rules.
Yeah.
So
those dumb idiot scholars.
Yeah.
What channel does he have?
It's God. It's called God Culture is his channel name on YouTube.
God Culture?
Yeah.
He hasn't come out with anything recent. They must be working on another project right now.
Yeah, I believe they are. He's put out a couple videos, but not like he was doing before.
Not like a full study. Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't been on his channel for a while, so.
Yeah, if anyone's curious about him, I do recommend him. I think everything, just like with every teaching, is you got to do a lot of gleaning.
You do.
You got to, realize that we're all still coming out of man-made teachings and man-made doctrines, especially within religion.
Yeah, yeah, and yeah, it just goes to say with what we've been saying earlier. There's a lot of truth in a lot of these different places. It's just we have to be willing to search it all out, and then we separate the meat from the milk. Separate the
That's
wheat from the
right.
tares.
Yep.
Again, the division, dividing the truth from the lies,
Mm. The
and
truth causes divisions. So many people forget that aspect of it. He said, I come not to
yep,
bring peace, but a sword. And that is
yeah,
his truth. His word is the sword.
yeah,
People aren't
precisely,
going to like it, you know?